bass drops deep, the beat bounces high. Afro beat meets house reggae too. Deep bass pumps making my heart sing glue. I'm spinning round under the neon lights, dancing wild through the night. Feel the groove, let go and shout. In this ride, we're never about. I'm CARNY'S ride, feeling the rhythm. Bass drops deep, the beat bounces high. Together we dance in this electrifying ride. Afrobeat, house, reggae, deep bass aside. Through the crowd, I see your smile. Together we shine, no need for a while. This moment's ours, let's embrace. In this ride, we'll find our place. I'm CARNY'S ride, feeling the rhythm. Bass drops deep, the beat bounces high. Feel the vibe, let the music fly. In this ride, we're truly free. I'm spinning round under the neon lights, dancing wild through the night. See why my doorship waves with the hill lies water. Ocean beat, ground rock by Borgia. Getting out of your heads, getting little bit of waste off. Do good, man, yeah, get it a gate call. Don't want drug with the world, get a gate call. A lot of cloud boys in your 4 city Cape car.
So woke up late. Well, I wasn't planning on going to sleep, but it happened. Got critters and zip tie inside. Got 6 people watching. Right on, right on, right on. Do 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 do.
The motorcycle is an expression of the person that rides it, and the bag that carries his when he's on the road should be as nice as
What's
the
going on,
motorcycle
Dallas?
he's
How you
riding.
doing?
Now I'm single. If I was ever going to put some flames on the bag, you knew where they were going. Oh. But dude, you are the king of flames. And when I saw that bike and I knew I could get my hands on gold leather, I knew automatically that I was going to make a flaming Roadrunner because nobody can rock it better than you can. And on this bike, this is going to be cherry when it's all packed up. I've built a bag that can make you a better rider.
All right.
bragging.
No.
Give credit. Give credit. I'm serious. You give credit where credit is due. I still call Pastor E my mentor. I don't care how long I've been riding. I still call him my mentor.
Listen, man.
You know.
Listen. So you will make me break down and cry, and you can't do that. And I'll tell you why. Because you have been there for me since the very beginning. You've been praying for me. You called me up when I didn't even know you, and said, "Hey, man, you don't know me, but I see you're going through a bad spell, and you don't know me. I don't want to talk about your club business. I just want to pray for you." And okay, okay, I could use some prayer.
Just doing what I do.
So there's no way that it wasn't symbiotic. Our relationship has been quite symbiotic. Hand washing hand, person helping person. Hey, man, you're going to get canceled with that topic. Uh-oh.
You know, hey, bro. I know I am. That's why I wrote it. I wrote it so, but it's true. It's going to be true. And I'm going to give my opinion from a spiritual, how you say it, church, or I'm outreach-minded point of view.
Well, listen, we got our own preacher. I'm so proud of you, man. I am proud of you, and all the best. And I'm going to be there to support you 100%. Hey, man, we got this story coming up right now, and I'm going to tell you why we didn't break this story. Here we go. Action. First of all, let's hear it.
So I got some breaking news. I got a phone call from the big bros out west. 3 of the big 5 outlaw clubs are ready to fully truce it up. 2 didn't show up to the sit down. It's looking like we're heading in a positive direction. Here's a statement on behalf of the club by their lawyer, William Mullenix. A large consortium of 1% motorcycle clubs have long been communicating with each other to maintain cordial relationships and to stop problems before they start. Sometimes they're successful, sometimes they're not. Club leaders have no way to anticipate or predict when an encounter will escalate into an altercation or will end with a handshake. Most clubs, including outlaw clubs, are all about biking and brotherhood, not rivalry and violence. So we've talked on Demon's Road for years about the possibilities.
So if you guys want to hear the rest of that, make sure to get over there to Demon's Road to hear the rest of that. But there were some specific things in this that I found troubling. And let me just say that we covered this. We were all approached. All of the stations were approached by the same attorney. And was it yesterday or the day before? We were all approached by the same attorney who called us all, called me in the morning. I think I was still in the bed. And this is the attorney that he mentioned. I find it interesting because his story is a little bit off from the story that attorney told me. And the attorney told Hollywood. It's a little bit off, but you know how you can whisper something in one person's ear, and when you get down the line, at the end of the line, it's completely different or slightly different than what you whisper to the first person. But it was interesting. He said in this, 3 of the top 5 clubs,
Carney, Critters got a
want to sit down for a piece, and then he said, "Here's the lawyer of the club." So that was interesting. Let me see if we can play that again.
Here's a statement on behalf of the club.
Here's a statement on behalf of the club, or did he say on behalf of the clubs? I thought that was interesting.
Hey guys, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe. Don't forget to hit the notification bell, let you know when the show is on. If you like the show and you want to help contribute to it, hit me on that Cash App. $, Carney Vanguard, capital C, capital V.
That there's no verification with this story. There's no receipts. And in the biker club world, we have to do receipts, especially if you're going to run a news channel, which he often claims and has always claimed that he doesn't run a news channel, which I find interesting because he's on every breaking story out there. But if you're going to run a news channel, you got to have verifiable receipts. You got to say somewhere in there, this source can't be verified. And for me and for Hollywood over in Insane Throttle, this was an attorney. I mean, it was very easy to verify that he was an attorney, but this is an attorney that called up and said, I represent, what he said to me is, I represent 6 clubs, 6 of the top clubs, and and we have a statement that we would like to get out. And so that's a little different. To me, I heard 6 clubs, not 5. And this story about 3 of them came to the table or whatever, and 2 didn't. It would seem that maybe 3 came and 3 didn't. But that's not anything that I heard at all. Was never even talked about. But for myself, and it was very funny because when I talked to Hollywood about it, he called me that same morning and said, did you get the same phone call I got? I said, probably so. We often talk about stories that are out there that are going on. And my thing was like this. I don't know who you are. Anyone can call me up and say, I am such and such. I represent these clubs. But the problem that we have as trusted news sources is if we put out a story like that, if we put out a story like that, and then one club goes and kills another tomorrow, then we look like goofs. And that's a term I learned from the term I learned from Harley Gwendon.
Yeah.
I never heard that before, and it's supposed to be a very bad word, and we look like goofs. And for us, goofs is not so bad, but it does make you look goofy. So and then what we heard that was very interesting was the clubs that are not involved. So there are some clubs that are involved and there's some clubs that are not involved. And so what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to tell your story. I'm not ever going to get on and tell your story. I learned that from a guy in my club, a guy who I can't stand, is a raggedy piece of garbage. But you can learn shit from a raggedy piece of garbage. And one thing he used to always say is, I'm not going to tell your story because it's my reputation on the line for your story. So if I'm going to say this, I'm going to say something like unconfirmed sources, or we haven't, CNN doesn't, you and I talked about earlier this morning, we don't have a way to independently verify this story. Other than that, it's a guy who called and sent a message over a text message. And so my thing was very simple. If this exists, I can understand your 1%ers ain't coming on. That ain't happening. We get it. Every now and then we get it. We get it every now and then. But for the most part, I know your 1%ers ain't coming on, especially your nationals and stuff. We know that ain't happening. But you put me on a phone with those guys, and I don't have to say the name of the club, but you put me on the phone with those guys. I've been on the phone with most of them before. Put me on the phone with those guys and let them say, hey, Black Dragon, we verify this. This is cool. Put this out. Because then I have something I can stand on. So if your people show up tomorrow and do the same shit you said they weren't going to do, we're at the table for.
Hello. Hello. Oh well. Guess he didn't want to talk. Yeah. All right. All right. I got 9 people watching. Oh, yeah.
Reasons that they have to not want to reveal who they are and things like that. We got it. But still, before we run with a story, it's got to be verified. And Hollywood put out a short this morning, I think, explaining why he wasn't running with the show, with the story.
All right. Let's get going. Hit that like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. Yeah. All right. Well, let's see. Get ready for Mike's show. Oh, so you want the link, critters, or I mean, I can send you the link. Jump on if you want. Since you got a phone mount stick thingy. All right, well, let's see. Well, he should be starting here soon. 3 minutes. 3 minutes, Mikey. You know, on. Shit. Wow. Sorry, guys. Hey, what's up, Sick? I see you in the chats.
One day I'm gonna be everything I wanna be. I don't let it get the most of me. One day I'm gonna be free. I wanna be everything I'm gonna be. My future right in front of me. One day I'm gonna be free. I wanna be free. To let me be free from the depths of darkness. A voice emerges. A host with a fire burning in his soul. Love, steel, and a spirit unbroken. He rides on two wheels, ready to claim his throne. Amidst the chaos and the thunderous roar, insane wheels rise as a force to be reckoned with. Fueled by the power that only metal can restore. He takes his stand, refusing to submit. Insane wheels hear his battle cry.
Hey, he's driving. Oh, okay. Like, sub, and share. Yes, big bastard.
Happy freaking Topless Taco Tuesday. Ladies and gentlemen, great to have everyone here. Thank you guys for showing up and hanging out with us. You guys could have been anywhere else in the world, but you guys decided to be right here with me, man. I can't thank you guys enough for that. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the way in. We have kind of a huge lineup today. There was so much shit going on in the media right now, so we're gonna try to consolidate a whole bunch of shit, and we have a lot of stories to get through. And we're about to actually see Trump go live here in a matter of minutes regarding his cabinet meeting that he's holding. But we don't have that yet, but it should be coming out here in the next few minutes. But we do have a crazy lineup for you guys. So we'll allow that cabinet meeting to kind of, get rolling, and we're going to do the news, and then we'll catch up with the cabinet meeting towards the end. But what we do have a lineup for you guys is not only the cabinet meeting, Israel regrets deadly mishap, which is regarding the journalists, as well as removing the federal governor. So of course, we're going to elaborate on all this. But what we're going to get to in the beginning here, I'm going to give you guys a little timeline of what we're talking about here. We're going to talk a little bit about President Trump's executive order on the flag burning and what it means for individual freedom, as well as we have a judge temporarily blocks the Kilmar Abrigo Garcia's deportation. Now, of course, this is a temporary hold or block, so I'm sure we're going to see here within the next days or coming days that this guy's going to be totally deported. It's just going to happen. Nonetheless, then we have Trump that said he's removing the federal governor, Lisa Cook, as well as, of course, the Israel regrets deadly mishap at Gaza's Nasser hospital, Netanyahu says. And then we have U.S. officials discuss Middle East tensions, as well as now only an hour ago, Trump says Putin avoiding meeting with Zelensky. He doesn't like him. Then, last but not least, we have Duffy unveils CDL English rule, which is truck drivers, English rules after illegal migrant takes deadly U-turn. So, of course, this is all coming out pretty quickly. So make sure you guys come in and, before we get into all of it, make sure you guys hit that like button. It helps out the show immensely, and it's free to do so. And listen, if you guys are brand new to the channel here, make sure you guys hit that subscribe button because it's also free. But this is the money part. Please consider becoming a member, starting only at $2.99 a month. We're making sure we're not breaking the bank out there with anybody, but check it out. This is the way that we get to speak, the way that we do, and we're 100% funded by you guys. If we were relying on advertisement after the news is breaking, dude, we wouldn't be making anything. We'd be making like $150. No cap. You know what I mean?
Stop the cap.
So I really can't help you. Thank you guys enough for your guys' contribution to the channel. A little side note, follow my Instagram right here at BallValveTV, where I post everything behind the scenes of not only my life, but as well as the show, Millennial Food Time, breaking news. And it's a great way to get a hold of me one-on-one. So make sure you guys follow me over there. We have a Discord as well for all of you legends up in the building. We all hang out in there, whether that's in the middle of the night or if it's during the day, man. So make sure you guys join up. It's in the link in the description down below. Make sure you guys check that out. And last but not least, every super chat, super sticker, gifted membership signups, all of these things are, of course, going to be brought up onto the show and presented live and shouted out. But, of course, if you guys would like to skip that YouTube 30% brutal cut that they take from your hard-earned cash, we have these platforms that you guys can donate to. And, of course, I'll read it out loud. I have our freaking email up right here right now. So, of course, if anything comes up, I will read that. Real quick, before we get into it, man, Gorilla Biscuits comes in to the channel before we'd even started, like an hour before we started. And he sends in a membership, man. He drops it like it's hot, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you for that time, sir. As well as Tats, right in the beginning of the show, she also dropped a membership in the beginning of the show. I really can't thank you enough for that. Helps out immensely. And we also have Brother K2, keep on trucking, saying no English, no CDL, no foreigners, lowering the wages of American truckers. Yes, sir, I agree with that. K2, also, thank you very much for your kind contribution to the channel. It helps out immensely, my man. So thank you for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, great to see everyone up in here. Listen, you guys definitely make this worth every bit of it. So I really can't thank you guys enough. We got Brother K2, keep on trucking up in here. We got Steve Easy. We got Tiffany, Lance, great to see you guys. We got Gary as well. We got, let's see here. We got Brother Frank, my man. Great to see you. We got Sick Bastard up in here as well. Dark Horse, Roll Tide, baby. Good to see you. We got TVT, my man. Great to see you as well up there in Canada. Hook Dog, my man over there in Cali. Great to see you. Brother AU as well, man. Great to see you guys for Topless Taco Tuesday. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get right into it. We have a huge lineup here, so let's just get to it.
You were just looking at that live vantage point there at the White House. That's where we want to take our next story. So, as you know, you were watching President Trump. He had many events today there in the White House, especially in the Oval Office. Remember, he was meeting with the leader of the Republic of Korea. We're getting into that a little bit.
And I actually saw the meeting of Trump and the South Korean new leader over there. And this is their first.
Oh shit, Listen, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Face to face, which was cool to see, for sure. And then he actually introduced him to the quote unquote fake media, which is fake news, which is hilarious.
But later on, we have a lot of international headlines to get to. But this has kind of sparked conversation, something President Trump said, specifically when it comes to burning the American flag and what type of criminal penalties he thinks that should bring with it here. So the president today signing an executive order requiring the Justice Department to investigate and.
Right. So here's the thing. Some people don't understand how this whole executive order is working. It's not like, hey, we're going to put you in jail. And that's what it says in the executive order. If you burn the flag, that's not what it says. Basically, what Trump is doing is putting an executive order to have the First Amendment. They're trying to see what the actual First Amendment limitations are there, and if it's breaching it. Now, Trump is using the excuse, or whatever you want to call it. He's labeling it that it is giving an act of violence or inciting violence. I'm sorry, not an act of violence. It's inciting violence, and that's where the issue lies. So I'll leave it up to you guys what you guys think about that. But always remember, if you're going to penalize one side for something radical, they're going to punish your side for your side of what they think is radical. So just always remember that there's rubber band effect for everything.
Prosecute people for burning the American flag. It's an activity that the U.S.
Why are you gay?
Why are you
You're
gay?
definitely gay.
You are gay.
U.S. Supreme Court has ruled is legitimate political expression protected by the U.S. Constitution, protected by the First Amendment here. So if you didn't catch this earlier today, this was the moment President Trump brought this up in the Oval Office. Let's watch this.
All over the country, they're burning flags. All over the world, they burn the American flag. And as you know, through a very sad...
Shit, real quick, we got TVT dropping it like it's hot as well, my man. Up there in Canada. Really appreciate that, kind sir. Thank you for the contribution to the channel.
At court, I guess it was a 5-4 decision. They called it freedom of speech, but there's another reason, which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy.
Yep, and I did see that, by the way, Steve. He says a judge ruled a few weeks ago that burning the Israeli flag was hate speech. So I saw this or see this coming next. And yeah, you know, it's interesting where they could actually, a judge would rule that when we can do that legally here now. You know what I mean? So it's kind of, it's obvious. It's obvious. Yeah, of course it's hate speech. Of course it's a type of hate speech. I agree with it. But at the same point, you can't ban something that is legal here already. If you're going to have this, then it's got to be illegal to burn all flags kind of thing, and not just the Israeli flag, right? Anyways, back to this. Sorry.
But when you burn the American flag, it incites riots at levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that,
What
Claire.
the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing.
I don't know. Okay, it was their side cutting out, not us. Good.
So President Trump there kind of elucidating what he thinks the penalty should be via this executive order. Though in the meantime, we do want to bring into the conversation right now someone who knows a lot about this, Chief Counsel with the Foundation for Individual.
You know, I understand what you just said there, Blair, but here's the thing. The act of actually burning the flag is not the violence or it's not the inciting violence. It's what incites violence is what you said, burning buildings and looting and robbing and shit like that. That's all illegal. You can't be doing none of that shit, right? But the flag is separate from the act of burning buildings and looting. Yeah, I agree that if you're looting buildings or looting businesses and burning buildings, dude, you're a fucking terrorist. You know what I mean? Real quick, we got freaking Carney over there on the Facebook side and saying, obey.
Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate some freaking.
Shit. He said it.
Oh shit!
Anyway,
That's
let's
right.
get the likes up, everybody. I really
If you want
you
to
guys.
help the channel, you know where to hit me at Cash App, $, Carney Vanguard, capital C, capital V.
President make this illegal unilaterally via an executive order? Can he do?
No. The executive order is just to understand the Well, he wants it to be his interpretation of the First Amendment.
How much further?
I just so.
What do you mean? How much further?
Highly against anybody burning the American flag. I think you are a disgrace. You're a piece of shit.
Out here, Moriarty.
I do believe.
What's going on, Mikey?
Now, do I believe it's your fucking right to do it? Yes, I do think it's. There are people that go. You can ask military vets. They're like, I went overseas to fight for.
Hello. Fuck. I guess they don't want to talk to me.
Experience. How people have explained it to me that were in the military.
That.
Well, he can't do it legal. It's a settled question constitutionally. The Supreme Court has not once, but twice made it clear.
Interesting, Blair.
Not only does the First Amendment protect this burning a flag as a expression of political protest, but when Congress tried to pass a law, that too was found to be unconstitutional. And so you can't paper over that with an executive order.
So this was some while back.
All right, so we don't need to hear any more about this. You guys got my take. You guys understand that what is happening with the First Amendment there. We don't necessarily need to hear this guy go into a 10-minute analysis about it. We understand the fact there, and we're going to go ahead and move on into the next ordeal.
So he got hard.
And yeah, Trump is definitely trolling the fuck out of the left. He definitely is, 100,000%. He's definitely a shit stirrer for sure. He definitely enjoys it. Anyways, let's go ahead and move on into the temporary block that happened. The judge put on a temporary block for Garcia's deportation, who we were speaking about yesterday at the ICE protest. Then the guy gets arrested, and then they wind over the top to the public about the guy. Now a judge temporarily blocked the deportation, but of course, you know that this guy at the end of the day is going to get deported. I don't care what whatever smaller judge down there has to say. It doesn't matter, bro.
And welcome back here to live now from Fox Live picture there at the White House. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. Let's keep it moving with more of these top headlines, including those on the subject of illegal immigration. Our next one takes us to Baltimore. Earlier today, Kilmar.
Yeah, I think if you're saying, death to America while you're here, yeah, that's I think that would absolutely, when you say death to America, I don't look at that as a political, I look at that as now you're breaching and going into violence, whether this is inciting violence or whatever the case is. That's where I think we should draw the line.
Abrego Garcia. You remember that name? You recognize it. It's been one of the stories we have followed throughout the course of the year. Well, remember, his case has become a flashpoint in President Trump's aggressive effort to remove non-citizens from the United States. Well, he was today.
Good morning, David, by the way. Good to see you, by the way. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning.
Today, detained by immigration authorities in Baltimore to face renewed efforts to deport him after that brief period of freedom. Remember, he was released from detention just on Friday. He showed up for an ICE hearing today, a status check-in, so to speak, and he was detained by authorities yet again.
I agree with this statement 100%, Blair.
Pending deportation. Now, in the meantime, Fox News' Conor Hansen has more on his plate. Let's watch.
Look at this shit. Look at this shit. This is him right here. This is Garcia right here.
Inside ICE offices in Baltimore, where Kilmar Abrego Garcia was arrested again.
God will bring justice to all the injustice we are suffering.
Bruh. ICE now wants to send the El Salvadoran national to Uganda, but a judge temporarily blocked
that's always
the
good. This one.
It's a tremendous yo-yo to have him back after so many months. After being
This guy again. Jesus. This guy yesterday was the worst. Like, who paid you? Who paid you? Someone paid you to do this. It's all political.
Somebody paid you with.
Going from not even knowing whether he's dead or alive to having him back, and then to have him ripped away so cruelly and so quickly.
Abrego Garcia found himself at the center of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown after he was deported.
Frank, I'm way ahead of you. I'm already a full left-handed joint ahead of you, kind of. As well as we got Papa Penguin up in the building. Shout out to my man. Hopefully you're enjoying the morning as well. And he says that dude looks like he eats a bag of Richards on the regular. Shit. Motherfucker, shit.
El Salvador. He was in the U.S. illegally, but a court ruled years ago that he could not be returned to his home country because of fears of gang violence. But the White House insists he is a member of the violent MS-13 gang. Since returning to the U.S., he's been charged with human smuggling in Tennessee, stemming from a 2022 traffic.
What's up, Six Full? Hopefully you're enjoying the morning as well.
He will no longer terrorize our country. The guy needs to be in prison. He doesn't need to be on the streets like all these liberals want him to be.
After he was released from jail Friday before his trial, Abrego Garcia spent the weekend with his family in Maryland. Kilmar Abrego Garcia turned down a government deal that would have had him deported to Costa Rica in exchange for...
Oh, he would have gone to Costa Rica? Oh, dude. Why didn't he take that deal? What a retard, bro.
Stupid.
Yeah, that was stupid.
Retard moment.
Bruh.
Bruh.
pleading guilty to those human smuggling charges. In New York.
What's up, Steve my man, great to see you, by the way. Good morning, good morning. All right, so we don't need an analysis, someone explaining that all. We're going to go ahead and move on into the next ordeal. All right. All right, let's go and bring up the next ordeal. Trump says he's removing federal governor Lisa Cook. All right, let's go and figure out what's
And
happening.
welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. So I have to talk about the makeup of the Federal Board of Reserve Governors. So this is what we know. Take a look at this.
This was late last night, by the way.
Learning that President Trump, well, he has fired Federal Reserve Governor Lisa Cook.
Oh, he actually did fire her. I thought he just said he was going to remove her.
Today, a surprise move constituting a sharp escalation in his battle
to
exert greater control over what has long been considered an institution independent from day-to-day politics. You see there. So this is what we know. Trump said in a letter posted on his Truth Social. Let's put this up for you. That's the letter
awesome,
there.
Hook Dog.
So he said he is removing Cook because of allegations she committed mortgage fraud. Now, Bill Pulte is
did mortgage fraud?
Mortgage
on her own house?
Appointee to the agency that regulates mortgage giants Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac made the accusations last week. In just a moment, you're going to hear it. Pulte alleged Cook had claimed two primary residences in Ann Arbor, Michigan, and Atlanta in 2021 to get better mortgage terms.
What's up, Todd J? By the way, good morning and happy Topless Taco Tuesday. And yes, stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
Shit.
Mortgage rates are often higher on second homes or those purchased to rent. Now, the announcement came days after Cook said she would not leave the 7-member Fed board.
Oh, wow. And so she's refusing, just like what Gary said right there. He fired her, but she refuses to leave. How does that fucking work? How does that work out for people when they're at a job and their boss comes up to them? They're like, yeah, you're fired. And you're like, no, I'm not.
No, I'm
I'm
not.
not. What are you going to do about it? I'm still going to work here. Stupid fuck. That's crazy. How does that even work? Real quick, we got Rabbit of Chaos coming in and hanging out with us. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning as well. Good to see you. And happy Topless Taco Tuesday.
For her to resign. Senate Democrats had expressed support for Cook. Federal Reserve has tremendous responsibility for setting interest rates and regulating reserve member banks. The American people must have the full confidence and the honesty of the members entrusted with setting policy and overseeing the Federal Reserve. That's what Trump wrote in a letter addressed to Cook, a copy of which he posted online. You're seeing it there, saying, in light of your deceitful and potentially criminal conduct in a financial matter, they cannot, and I do not have such confidence in your integrity. Now, Trump did argue firing Cook was constitutional, even if doing so will raise questions about control of the Fed as an independent entity. Now, the president wrote in the letter to Cook saying, I've determined that faithfully enacting the law requires your immediate removal from office. Now, as you know,
yeah, of course.
So we've documented here online now many times, everything Trump has said, or it's been reported that he has said, or others around him have said, that he wants to fire the chairman of the board, Jerome Powell.
How does she come anywhere close to saying that Trump doesn't have the authority to fire her? Are you fucking serious, bro?
Bruh.
What a retard. Seriously.
But taking it this step further today, saying he is removing one of the members of the Fed board, Fed Governor Lisa Cook, over these allegations. Now, the question is, and we're going to be bringing on legal analysts to talk about this throughout the week, whether or not he has the authority to do so. He believes he has the authority to do so, but I would imagine that remains to be seen here. So this is Lisa Cook. She was in Jackson Hole in Wyoming just on Friday at the Fed symposium. You see her there with Jerome Powell. So kind of the chief instigator of all of
Shared
this
and tagged.
is Bill
Oh, yeah.
Pulte. He is the chairman of this federal agency that sets mortgage rates and is the key regulator.
The wall
of the name
split
for
up.
that. That's
Oh,
the
yeah.
FHFA. That's the
Right
Federal
on.
Housing Finance Agency. We have a statement in.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. The Fed governors serve a 14-year term, which is insane, by the way. And none of them have been fired by the president. That's fucking interesting. Holy shit. Real quick, we got Mount High up in the building saying likes for Mike and morning all, and like button and left-handed tobacco all around. Yes, sir. Great to see you up in the building. We definitely have our left-handed tobacco ready on deck. I've been waiting for you to show up so we can bust it out. Shit. Let's go and get it. Feels ultra good. Hit that like button, everybody. Let's get the likes up. All right, back to this.
From Pulte, and I want to put this up because this is how he responded to the news. Remember, he has been urging this throughout this entire saga here. Bill Pulte saying, U.S. federal housing statement on the firing of Lisa Cook, saying, thank you, President Trump, for your commitment to stopping mortgage fraud and following the law. Saying, if you commit mortgage fraud in America, we will come after you no matter who you are. That's Bill Pulte. So back out live there to the U.S. Capitol. We are getting some reaction on Capitol Hill. I have in front of me a statement in by Senator Elizabeth Warren, the Democrat from Massachusetts. So this is on the other side. We tell every side, every angle of stories. You know that. Warren says this, quote, "The illegal attempt to fire Lisa Cook is the latest example of a desperate president."
Wow, real quick. Papa Penguin says the Federal Reserve Act says the president can remove her for cause. So meaning just cause, basically. Pretty sure that means criminal shit. Absolutely. It definitely would be. I mean, you take $5 that in like, hey, yeah, stole $5. The cause right there. Boom. Just cause. Boom. See ya.
Searching for a scapegoat to cover for his own failure to lower costs for Americans. It's an authoritarian power grab that blatantly violates the Federal Reserve Act.
You know what's funny about it, Steve? Easy, and I'm gonna be totally honest. But it is what it is, right? I didn't even know this chick. I mean, I've heard of Lisa Cook a couple of times, handful of times, but I never really figured out her position, what the Fed governor actually does. Is that specific to DC, or is it the governor that runs all governors? Like, how does it work? See, this is something that's out of my scope and something that I should definitely. But this is why I'm talking about it and why I'm asking, because you guys are always out there. Someone knows. We got Dallas up in the building as well, saying good morning, Mike. Great to see you. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning, your Topless Taco Tuesday, my man. Great to see you.
And must be overturned in court. So in the meantime, that was Senator Elizabeth Warren, the Democrat there from Massachusetts, with her reaction to how this all went down. I also have in front of me the letter from President Trump to Lisa Cook saying that he will fire her. In the meantime, we do have...
He said, I will be firing you, bitch. I already
hit
fired
that
you,
like button.
But
Thank
I'm
you,
letting you know.
And
Still mean what I
subscribe.
said. I'm firing you, stupid.
Let's hit the notification bell.
Okay, we have a statement. This is just coming in from Cook herself. Kyle Cheney there at Politico with it.
While you're at it, share it
from her
on social
Cook saying
media.
She's not going
That's
anywhere.
right.
Trump's bid to fire her is baseless.
Is baseless. Oh my fucking god. Dude.
Oh my God!
These fucking retards, dude.
So I have a statement in from Lisa Cook. She says, President Trump purported to fire me for cause. No cause exists under the law. He has no authority to do so. I will not resign. I will continue to carry out my duties to help the American economy as I have been doing.
What's up, Christopher Collins, by the way? Hopefully you're enjoying the morning as well.
Since 2022. Now, her attorney, Abby Lowell, saying this. President Trump is taking to social media to once again fire by tweet. And once again...
So that's all she does? But does she oversee the Federal Reserve, or does she just have a seat at the Federal Reserve? Like, you know what I mean?
And
how's
his
that
reflex
work?
to bully is flawed, and his demands lack any proper process, basis, or legal authority, saying we will take whatever actions are needed to prevent his attempted illegal action. So you'll probably remember, or at least that name is familiar to you, Abby Lowell. He was Hunter Biden's attorney throughout his 2 indictments all throughout last year. Back out live there to the Capitol. Had to get all of that in here on this extremely busy Monday night.
All right. So let's go ahead and move on into the next here. We're going to move into Israel. It says Israel regrets deadly mishap at Gaza's Nasser hospital, Netanyahu says. So let's go ahead and bring this up for you guys. This is regarding the, was it 4 journalists and a cameraman that unfortunately died yesterday in over there in Gaza. They were reporting on some shit, and they were in a building, and they got airstruck, it looked like, and of course they all died. So apparently they're talking about some mishap here. I don't know. I haven't watched any of this. I haven't watched any of this shit, but we're going to find out together.
All right, President Trump there signing the proclamation. Really can't believe it's been 4 years since the devastating...
What's up, Marilyn? Hopefully you're enjoying your morning as well. Great to see you here. And hopefully you guys hit that like button as well as enjoy the morning with us.
A terror bombing, remember, by ISIS-K outside the Kabul airport, Abbey Gate. The bombing was known as, killing 13 U.S. service members, scores of Afghan civilians trying to flee the Taliban takeover of their country back in August of 2021. So let's stay, though, in the Middle East. We want to bring into the conversation President of the Union for Reform Judaism, Rabbi Rick Jacobs, to discuss some of these strikes, mishaps. Prime Minister Netanyahu, that's how he's describing them, against a key hospital in the Gaza Strip just today. The rabbi joins me. Rabbi Jacobs, thanks for being with us here. I just have to ask you this. You and I talk so much about, more.
Real quick, Papa Penguin says the Fed prints the money. I've been in the room with folks from the Fed once. They embody the phrase, the banality of evil. Oh, shit, man. I believe you. I believe you. And Blair, I 100% agree with that, way to resolve that is, quite simple. Just don't pay her. And she can go ahead and try to, fight for lost wages. Well, yeah, that's great. You're going to lose. But let's go ahead and just do that. You know what I mean? And you can go ahead and fight for lost wages and whatever, firing, let go, whatever, unlawful. You can go ahead and try to fight it. And if you happen to win, then we'll pay you. How about that? But until then, fuck off.
Moral equivalency in this war. Who has the moral high ground? How can Israel maintain the moral high ground if mistakes like this are made?
Well, Andrew, war is a hellish proposition. We know that in so many cases, and this is no exception. There is no.
See you. What's up, Anson? Nice to see you up in the building. Hopefully, you're enjoying your Topless Taco Tuesday as well, my man.
Today was a tragedy, and the Prime Minister of Israel said it was a tragic misstep. I say just a human tragedy. And if you have a heart and if you have a conscience, you're pained by it. And yet, at the same time, this war continues and continues. And an overwhelming group of Israelis will be in the streets tomorrow protesting yet again. There is a hostage deal reportedly on the table for Israel to accept or reject.
That was the ordeal right there, by the way.
There is a hostage.
So this is the reporters right here. This is the journalists themselves. And I'm sure some of you guys have seen this on social media already, but this is not meant for you. This is meant for the people that have not seen it yet. And not really sure what's happening here. It looks like there was, a missile or not a missile, an airstrike or some sort, whatever happened there. And they're going up there to investigate and probably help people in this situation. And, when you're in a war zone, you're sitting there documenting people that are dying and what's happening there. It's tragic. And then all of a sudden, these guys all get blown up right here.
Deal reportedly on the table for Israel to accept.
Gone. Isn't that fucking crazy?
Crazy.
Or reject. And there are.
One was a reporter for Reuters. One was a reporter for, wasn't Al Jazeera, was it? Was it Al Jazeera? Can't remember. But anyways, totally tragic. And a cameraman.
A majority of Israelis who say it is time to bring those hostages home, to end the war, and then missteps like this will not happen. But Gaza is certainly still.
I don't know. I'm waiting for them to explain the position of this being a deadly mishap. And Netanyahu says this, and I don't know what the claim is yet. I'm not sure why this has happened. It says, by the way, the headline says, Israel strike at Gaza hospital kills at least 20, including 5 journalists. So it wasn't just those 5 journalists that died. There was also 15 other, I'm pretty damn sure, going to be innocent people.
The victim of Hamas, everybody knows that. But Israel is a country with a strong moral foundation, so it accepts responsibility. It must accept responsibility to be a side there and to make sure that humanitarian aid gets in, and that's still in crisis. So there's so many things causes pain. This mistaken bombing of the hospital adds pain on top
it's actually the number since October of 2023 is 192 now. Total journalists that have been unalived over there during this war.
So I just want to put this up from Benjamin Netanyahu saying Israel deeply regrets the tragic mishap that occurred today.
What's up, Josie? Hopefully you're enjoying your morning as well. Great to see you up in here. I'm sorry that I don't know how to pronounce your name because I'm an illiterate fuck,
Stupid.
But hey, I always appreciate you hanging out with us.
At the Nasser
enjoying.
Hospital in Gaza, saying Israel values the work of journalists, medical staff, and all civilians. The military authorities are conducting a thorough investigation. Our wars with Hamas terrorists, our just goals are defeating Hamas and bringing our hostages home here. What would that investigation look like? I know the IDF and Israel has mounted these investigations throughout the course of this war. What does it usually look like? Do we know?
Well, there have been investigations before this one.
My man, Path Killer. All right, real quick. Israel deepest regrets the tragic mishap that occurred today at Nasir Hospital in Gaza. Israel values the work of journalists, medical staff, and all civilians.
Stop the cap.
The military authorities are conducting a thorough investigation. Our war is with Hamas terrorists, as it should be. Yes, you're right. That's exactly what it's supposed to be, not against journalists and civilians. Come on, man. Anyways, our just goals are defeating Hamas and bringing our hostages home. Well, that should be just the only things that you should be focusing on. I agree. I agree with the statement of and the goal of defeating Hamas and bringing the hostages home. I agree. But you're doing all this other extra shit that we're not. You're starting to lose our support. You know what I mean? And some of this shit. It's like, fuck, man. If you're gonna do it at least right, man. Like you're just fucking them up.
Yet another tragic one. It's hard to do an investigation in the midst of war, but an army that is guided by Ruach HaTzahal, which is the code of ethics for the conduct of war, has to have an investigation, has to bring accountability, and has to make sure to prevent such acts.
What's up, brother Slim? Hopefully you're enjoying your morning as well. Great to see you up in the view
in the future. If you think, Andrew, for a moment about the length of this war, we're coming up on 2 years. And the Prime Minister has announced that in just next week, 60,000 additional...
Josephus. I got you. Josephus. Yeah. Appreciate you, man.
Are going to be called up to begin the occupation of Gaza City, which is one of the most populated parts of the Gaza Strip, in an effort to either bring pressure on Hamas to come to the table and bring a credible hostage deal, or to somehow rid Hamas from every corner of the Gaza Strip. Either way, this is a fundamental moment where an investigation is called for, but mostly there is a loud cry to end this war and to bring the hostages home, get humanitarian aid into the Strip in the amounts that are needed, and to end this horrific and deadly chapter in this endless war against Hamas.
So I guess my question is, where do we go from here? I mean, where is the status right now of the ceasefire talks, the hostage negotiations, if at all? I mean, I know the Witkoff framework is still viable. At least the Israeli War Cabinet is somewhat considering that still. Hamas has accepted some kind of iteration of the Witkoff proposal. How far apart are they right now?
I agree, Blair. Just do it and get it over with, or whatever you're going to just do it. But don't fucking sit here and do this bullshit back and forth, like in between. It's one way or the other, bro. You're not going to be able to have your cake and eat it too, kind of thing.
Andrew, I don't think anybody really knows. If they do know, they're not speaking. It's clear that the Witkoff framework, which actually goes back in some ways to the Biden framework, which is to say ceasefire, bring home as many hostages as you can. Israel has maintained it needs to get all the hostages home. Are there 10 alive? The President of the United States said there are a few more that have died. We don't know that for a fact. But what we do know is that the time is running out for these hostages. I was there a few weeks ago. I met who had been freed. I met with many families, hostages who are still in Gaza, and they are literally out of hope. Their loved ones are hanging on by a thread, and so there is not so much time to be.
I can't even imagine.
Hoping for. This is a time for action.
It's so fucked. There's no real word to explain it. I can't even empathize being a hostage. I can't even put into context how hardcore that is. That's got to be one of the most fucked up things ever.
Are demanding that action. The hostage families are at the center of that demand, and I believe that the Prime Minister has so many things weighing on him. He's got his right wing saying, if you don't continue and get every Hamas fighter.
What's up, brother Ron Rowdy down there from down under, my man? Great to see you. Hopefully you're enjoying your Wednesday morning for you. That fucking crazy to think about over here. It's Tuesday morning.
They will leave the government. Benny Gantz, who's a member of the opposition, said, I will bring my party and others to make up for those that might leave. We need to bring these hostages home. So there's so many moves that are being contemplated. But I think the overwhelming...
What's going on, Keep-Up? How are you doing?
It's time to hold...
Ghost Eagle. Thanks for tuning in.
Almost 2 years ago, they did not But here
11th
we are,
of
and it's a moment for
Thumbs.
courageous leadership.
Hit
I
those
pray the
shares.
president
Copy
will have that
link.
courageous leadership. I have
Hell
no
yeah.
confidence
Thank you,
in
Motorbomb.
Moscow, and we need the president of the United States to continue to exert the right amount of pressure, because he said in 2 to 3 weeks this will be over. He actually
What's
has
going
the
on,
ability
Mark?
to make
How are
it
you
happen.
doing?
Yeah, we'll definitely see about that. How long? Yeah, it's gonna be all over in 2-3 weeks. I highly fucking doubt that. All right, let's go ahead and move on into the next ordeal here. U.S. officials discuss Middle East tensions. We're gonna go ahead and just skip through this a little bit because we have the most, most importantly, I would like to be able to get this Trump holds the cabinet meeting ordeal, but he still hasn't. They're 39 minutes late. There's an update in the chat from Fox themselves saying, update, we are waiting on the meeting to begin. Stream will start promptly, but unfortunately they still haven't even started. So anyways, we have 3 more stories to get through here. This whole ordeal, let's even see if this is worthy of being able to listen to. If not, then we'll just go move into Trump talking about Putin. Of course, Putin, I guess, is avoiding a meeting with Zelensky, and Trump says, quote, he doesn't like him. So it's going to be interesting for damn sure. But let's go ahead and bring up this ordeal. U.S. officials discuss Middle East tensions.
7:07 on the East Coast and 4:07 over
We're
on
not
the
going to
West
listen to the
Coast.
whole thing.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carla Hada. Moving on to another event that kicked off way early this morning. Taking a look here at a post from U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham here on X, saying a very special and moving opportunity to pay my respects at the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon, to fall.
Wait, why do you think you got fucked? He says, I hate Ohio. I traded my truck in. So you traded your truck in for another truck, or what happened? And you think you got fucked. There is no recourse for me, sucks. There's always a recourse.
Let's get some burger to cook.
I mean, at least if you bought it from a dealer.
Ooh, burger sounds good.
But if you did a straight trade with somebody or something,
Build a good burger.
Harder to deal with. But
yeah.
Let me know what you ended up doing and let us know, man. And you can explain in the Discord too if you'd like it to be in there.
U.S. Marines and others who died in service of their country. They made the ultimate sacrifice, and we should all be eternally grateful. We did hear some comments from the senator as well as other U.S.
Brother GEG, good morning. Good morning.
Officials early this morning coming from Lebanon. Let's watch.
Disarming Hezbollah is not coming from me, it's coming from the Lebanese people. The Lebanese military seems to be the one institution in the country everybody's proud of.
Thank God they fixed that fucking microphone. Jesus.
So what did we learn today?
Like, bad audio actually gets me emotionally damaged.
Emotional damage! We're appropriators and Congressman, the funders, we have the money. So Congressman Wilson is very involved in securing America. And the best way to secure America is to have good partners. And the best way to have a good partner.
You can absolutely do a recourse on that, bro. What are you talking about? Yeah, if it can't pull your shit, and they even told you that you could be able to pull it and you can't, go back and tell them, fuck no, dude, I can't even move my shit with you sold me on some bullshit. You know what I mean? Absolutely. But it's up to you to be able to press the issue. Everyone kind of thinks like, oh, fuck, I just got to take the hit now kind of thing. No, dude, you can definitely handle that situation. Just letting you know.
Partners have a military that's loyal to the people, not to a particular sect within the people. And Hezbollah is not loyal to the people. Hezbollah's agenda is not Lebanon's agenda. Hezbollah has an agenda inconsistent with you thriving and surviving. So I think you as a people, the Lebanese people, overwhelmingly want a better future. They want a future where the Palestinian militias are disarmed. They want a future where Hezbollah is disarmed, and that the people carrying arms are the Lebanese army. The Lebanese army is trusted to take care of everybody's interests, regardless of sect. If you can pull that off, that would be the biggest accomplishment in modern history of Lebanon. This is a challenge. Iran is its weakest. Iran is up to no good, but their capability is great. Tremendously diminished. You have an opening here. Saudi Arabia is openly talking about maybe one day having a relationship with Israel. I hope that day will come. So my advice, when Israel leaves the 5 points, that really, the discussion is what happens when...
Bro, what's it to you if they get along with Israel? I mean, come on, bro. Like, listen, I'm someone that is America, like this whole America First agenda. This is something I even wrote about and posted about. Like, America first? Nah, motherfucker. It's America only. You know what I mean? Anyways, no disrespect to any other country. I'm just saying that it should be only our decisions in the United States and our money should be for the best interest of the American people. That's it. America only. Anyways, back to this ordeal. We're going to be now getting into Trump, Putin avoiding meeting with Zelensky. Quote, he doesn't like him. Let's go ahead and bring this up for you guys and let's go ahead and discuss.
I do want to go international at this hour as we take a live look over Moscow. This is coming in from EarthCam.
Yo, Dragon Classy, good morning to you. Hopefully you're enjoying your morning.
You can see a cloudy day right now as President Trump says Russian President Vladimir Putin is hesitant to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Russia's top diplomat adding that's because the meeting cannot happen until some of Moscow's long-standing demands are met to end the conflict. A lot to discuss. Let's bring in a friend of the show. We do have Brian Taylor, a political science professor at Syracuse University, also the director of the Moynihan Institute of Global Affairs. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. As always, Brian, we appreciate it.
Yeah, it is a pain in the ass.
Good morning. Well, first off, I did want to ask you, an in-person meeting between Presidents Putin and Zelensky, it's something that's been discussed quite a bit. Is it appearing that it is a reality that it could happen in the coming days, weeks, or even months?
I don't think Putin-Zelensky meeting is particularly realistic. The Russians have made pretty clear.
Wow. He's even saying that this whole ordeal now is looking pretty unrealistic.
That they would only be willing to meet directly with President.
An active surrender.
You know, if you recall back to when the war started, the full-scale invasion back in February 2022, Putin referred to Zelensky as a drug addict and a neo-Nazi. He clearly dislikes him, and the feeling is reciprocated by President Zelensky, who obviously doesn't like President Putin, who launched this massive full-scale war against Ukraine. So I don't see any real prospect for a meeting unless we're at the point where there's an actual agreement ready to be signed, and we're so far away from that right now. I think talk of a meeting is very premature.
And on that same note, I did want to ask you, is there any indication after President Trump met with Putin there over in Alaska and then met with Zelensky a few days later in person at the White House, is there any indication that the war is closer to coming to an end than it was maybe days, weeks, months, or a couple years?
Before he answers that, real quick, we got Brother Frederick Frame up in the BU. Who didn't shout out to my man? Great to see you.
To be perfectly honest, no, I don't think there's been a whole lot of progress made. I think from the Russian point of view, they intend to continue to prosecute the war until they have some degree of control over Ukraine. That's been the goal all along, not just about a specific piece of territory. And Ukraine remains equally determined to protect their independence and sovereignty. So that's the big picture difference between the two sides. And it's hard to see how to bridge those. You know, there were talk about land swaps and things like that, but ultimately Russia wants control that it doesn't have, and Ukraine refuses to give it. So unless that changes, we're far away from an agreement.
Damn, man, this shit is just. I wish it would just end, of course, but and I had zero confidence actually that, and you guys can go back on my video if you weren't there for me to say it, but. Trump interjecting, is it going to bring actual peace? Do we have any actual hope that there's going to be some sort of resolution from this? And I told you guys, realistically, I don't think it's going to bring any type of peace or agreement. Unfortunately, I just don't think that Trump has that kind of influence over Putin.
And I do want to take a live look once again over Moscow there in Russia as I ask you a question that a lot of people have asked. What sort of influence does President Trump really have over...
Oh, I just fucking said that shit.
Oh, shit! Putin and Zelensky and an end to the war that's been going on now for more than 3 years?
I just answered that.
President of the United States, in principle, does have a lot of tools at his disposal to influence the course of the war. I would note that President Trump had been insisting for quite some time on a ceasefire before peace talks. He has now backed away from that position, which is consistent with Putin's position that there shouldn't be a ceasefire while talks are going on. And President Trump has continually threatened sanctions against Russia, every 2 weeks kind of thing, but has not enacted any new sanctions under his presidency. So those are two of his levers.
Yes, sir.
Another major lever would be U.S. military assistance to Ukraine, but that is not one that President Trump is inclined to use.
I always tell
the Pentagon seems to be holding back permission for Ukraine to use certain strike weapons inside Russia.
We always ask them, so how's your day? And they're like, it was all right. It's like, well, you're done with work, right? And they're like, yeah. So it's a great day now. Oh, yeah, it is. So I always tell them, the way to start off your day is it's a good day when you wake up. It's even a better day when you get out of bed. It's the best day ever when you could go home after a long day. So,
There's no chance of winning. It's like that with Ukraine and Russia. Crooked and grossly incompetent Joe Biden would not let Ukraine fight back, only defend. How did that work out? Regardless,
and if
the
he
war
gets
that
rides
would have never happened
motorcycles,
if I
then
were president,
that's just you're
chance.
just blessed.
Interesting times ahead. What do you make of that post overall when you look at that in context of the
Amen.
situation there between Russia and Ukraine?
Hallelujah.
There are actually two different ways I can think of to interpret that post. One is that Ukraine has no chance of winning, and so therefore it should seek to make a deal. But a different way of interpreting it is that Ukraine needs to strike Russia much harder than it has been so far. But if that's the case, then President Trump should look into the limits that his own Defense Department has put on Ukrainian use of missile strikes on Russia. So if he is signaling a change in course in which the U.S. will give a lot more permission and a lot more weapons for Ukraine to hit Russia directly, then that would be significant news. But honestly, I don't think that's what that means. I would be more inclined to interpret it as Trump saying, look, Ukraine, you don't really have a chance of winning, so you should make a deal now. That would be the way I would read that.
Well, I think that is kind of the way that he's put it to Zelensky. But anyways, let's go ahead and move on into now. Duffy unveils CDL English.
Hey, you guys, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. That way you know when the show is on. And if you want to help out the channel, hit me on that Cash App, $, capital CARNY, capital VANGUARD. That's $, Carney Vanguard, capital C, capital V.
His leadership. By way of taking a trip down memory lane, it was in May that DOT put out a rule that indicated that we were going to take out of service truck drivers who were not proficient in speaking the English language.
And destroy
we announced that in May,
country.
And it was going to go in. It did go into effect at the end of.
They forgot what war is about.
The officers that are driving.
Pretty much, who came up with that bull?
Ships and shit like that. They have to speak what? A universal language. Yes. An language that is spoken. And you know what that language is?
Who
it's
came out with that?
Yeah. So I agree that everyone should be able to speak English and everyone can understand each other. Fucking A. There should be a.
That's a whole lot of.
Everyone has to be able to at least communicate this way. We have to fall back on what? Communication. Right. Anyways, back to
June. Now, when we did that, there was a lot of press that complained to us that we were being unfair to people, that we were being mean to people. And what we said was, no, this is a safety issue. Making sure drivers of very heavy 80,000-pound rigs can speak the language is truly a critical safety issue. And some complained about it.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We implemented it at the end of June. And all of us in America saw what happened in Florida, where we had an individual who we tested this individual after the crash, but no doubt could not speak the English language and could not understand road signs when he was operating that very deadly rig.
He can't even, if he can't even understand the signs, bro.
And so we at DOT and Federal Motor Carriers, we are not going to tolerate states that don't comply with the rules that come from this department. And so we are going to, first of all, we've identified several states that have not been in compliance. That would be Washington, California, and New Mexico.
Wow, I'm actually surprised on the New Mexico thing. That's pretty interesting.
Three states that have not complied with this rule, which, by the way, this driver in Florida had received a CDL in Washington, California, and was pulled over in July for speeding, and no doubt couldn't speak the English language. Law enforcement in New Mexico did not take his rig out of service.
It's coming.
So this one driver touched all three states.
Political
Based on our review, they are not complying
good
with our rule.
Yeah.
And so phase one for us, which I'm announcing
Yes,
today,
he's a good guy.
we are
chilling with him. That's why
going to give these states
I do my
30 days
my
to
morning.
come into compliance
My
with truck
my
drivers
show
speaking
ties into
proficiently
this,
the English
you know,
language,
because
or
I love
we're going to look
watching.
at federal funding that they receive under the Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program.
I like watching
California
news
is,
that draws me.
20 million or 30 million? 30
my
million. Washington is 10 million.
speaks
Mexico
his
is 7
mind,
million. Just
so
will confirm that in a second. But these
that
are
really
millions of
caught
dollars.
my
By the
attention.
way, this is phase one.
That's
There are
why I
other
watch
actions that
it.
we can take to make sure states comply. And hopefully, in the next 30 days, we won't have to withhold any money from them. But if they don't come into compliance, we will start with withholding this money, and then we will take additional steps to guarantee compliance. And this is not, just to be clear, this is not just about saying we have some obscure rule that we want them to comply with that truck drivers speak English proficiently. This is about keeping people safe on the road. Your families.
I agree.
Your kids, your spouses, your loved ones, your friends. We all use the roadway. And we need to make sure that those who are driving big rigs, semis, can understand the road signs, that they've been well trained, and that when they're pulled over by law enforcement, they're stopped by law enforcement, or there's a crash and law enforcement responds, they can effectively communicate what they have on their rig. There might be a history that they have to be able to communicate to law enforcement when they're pulled over or there's an accident. And if they can't do that, that creates a significant issue for the traveling public. And so this is step one. And again, we hope there'll be compliance in the next 30 days. If not, we'll take additional steps. With that, I do want to turn it over to our chief counsel from Motor Carriers, Jesse.
No, we don't need to do that. We got what Duffy needed to say right there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you guys enough. Unfortunately, let me go ahead and show you guys what I'm looking at regarding this whole holds Trump doing the cabinet. We did our entire hour. This was scheduled, by the way, for 10 a.m. my time, which was 56 minutes ago. And unfortunately, the meeting has not started.
And it's 10 o'clock now, my time.
Guys, highlights of this tomorrow. If there's anything big that's been taken away from this cabinet meeting, which I'm sure there will be. I'm sure we'll be discussing it tomorrow morning. But ladies and gentlemen, I can't thank you guys enough for making these very shows happen. I can't do this shit without you guys. So big W to you guys making this shit happen. And listen, until tomorrow morning for more of the World's Madness, I always appreciate you guys. Much love, honor, respect. Make sure you guys stick around. We're going to be raiding our buddy Glenn Lawrence. So make sure you guys let him know we're coming through with the Mike Ball raid. So stick around for that. Here we go.
Yeah, let's go see what Glenn is up to.
Shit.
From the depths of darkness, a voice emerges, a host with a fire burning in his soul. With a heart, steel, and a spirit unbroken, he rides on two wheels, ready to claim his throne. Amidst the chaos and the thunderous roar, insane wheels rise as a force. Submit. Insane wheels here is back to cry. Metal and made he'll never die. Rituals report he pays his way. More legend in the making day by day.
It didn't get through. I tried. That's right. We'll go to Glenn Lawrence's channel. See what he's doing.
This guy's channel, because these topics will get hot, bro. These are serious topics.
You're all over the place, dude.
No, how am I all over the place bringing Italy and then Aboriginals together? You
Because they
gotta
have
think,
nothing in
man.
common.
You gotta think, man. You guys gotta
The only
expand your
thing they
minds.
have in common is a weird dude in
Expand
the
your minds
internet.
away from the corporate system. You know what I
Which
mean?
Where's going?
You don't even know the
Which corporate system?
You literally
Who's
have
making
a
the
hat.
most money?
You literally
Who's
have a
making the
hat.
most money nowadays?
Not you.
Yeah, no shit, bro. But
I
did you
know.
not realize in 2020 that they locked everyone down and shut down the mama and papa shops?
Maybe if you had all the energies
They took
together,
the
you will make
independence
more
out
money.
of that. They got rid of people like they just want to live with cash money and survive that way. They got rid of a lot of them in the last 5 years. That was
Let's calm down.
that was a clean sheet, bro. That was a
Okay,
cleanup.
Let's
It was
calm
a
down for a
cleanup.
second. Calm down.
I'm angry
calm down,
about that.
okay?
I'm pissed, bro.
Yeah,
I know,
I know
Emmett.
you're pissed.
I get it, Emmett. I get it. I'm angry about that. And I'm in Canada.
I think the
And I'm
problem.
an Aboriginal. They're like,
I
who the
think
fuck is this guy? And I'm an Italian. They're like, an Aboriginal Italian in Canada? Dude.
Yeah, but the
Watching
problem
us,
is
everything we say and do, I know that.
the problem is
For the
you don't-
American Italians and the Italians, can you not mention Italians for the? Never mind.
So
God damn
I
it.
think the problem that you're having is that you're just not gathering the energies. If you had the correct energies, you would be making more money, no?
Emmett, it's not about money.
All right.
It's not about money.
No?
You're forgetting about the true way of living a life, man. It's not about money.
Sorry, Glenn.
You know what's about?
The corporations have.
All right. Oh, let's get back to what's going on here. Let's see. Blair, let's see. 3 new subs, really? Let's see. Where am I at? 247. Let's go. Do 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 do. All right. Damn, 368. That's awesome, huh? What's going on with my internets? My interwebs. There we go. All right. So we have 368 subs. Oh, hell yeah. We were at 65. That's 3 more since last night. Got 3 more subs. Right on. Yeah, last night when I was driving around, I was at 365. So, yeah. And that's since last night. So, hell yeah. Thank you guys. I much appreciate it. Oh, look at my watch time. 241 hours. Less than 300 hours now. Still need 132 subs. Right on. Right on, right on, right on. Sunday. Cover. Lives. Monday morning. Sunday. Doesn't affect, so doesn't matter. Channel visibility. No restrictions. It's not effect. Cover strike. Hell yeah. Wow. Now I got a list of songs I could play. Oh, yeah. Uh, yeah, I'm not big into corporate neither. I don't mind working for corporate because, they pay for everything. But I don't like their guidelines and shit like that neither. What's going on? Go fast. How you doing? I got distracted. Signing up bikes. Good for us. Hell yeah. Bikes are like a campground. Try to make them better than when I drive. Yeah. While you're at it, huh? It is coming your way, Carney. Yep. Yeah, it's getting there. I'm just glad. I mean, you know, sitting there thinking about how long I've actually been live streaming and everything this time around, and doing short vids and the shorts itself. Uh, it's been I thought it was going slow, but everybody that's been around me are like, dude, actually that's pretty quick, without going, hitting anything viral. So I was like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I didn't realize I was actually moving pretty quick for the amount of time I've been out. Dude, that's our thing. That's, you know, um, every chapter has their own program for the club to feed the homeless. Don't go to town. Grocery store. They can't drive the last 10. 4 bikes in North Carolina, 1 with sidecar, but can use some shiny stuff. Hell yeah. So if we buy from the restaurant, you share with her. Oh hell yeah, man! That's the way to do it. I mean, if you're in a small community way outside of the city, uh, I ran what we call it was like a convenience store, um, but it was based. We used to pick up supplies and stuff and load up the trailer, and that way all the help had or not just help, but everybody that was on the property, if they wanted to buy something, we had something. The old commissary setups. Hey, what's going on, Dean? How are you today? Thanks for tuning in. Patient does pay. with the American Wall of Death. Not the Eves brothers. Yeah, that's right. Those guys are pretty cool. Hey, what's up, Dragon Cloud C? How are you? Please hit that like, hit that thumbs up, like she says. Hell yeah. Oh, wow. James Bond, James Bond, and you are biscuit, cheese biscuits. Oh, that's funny. Oh, my wife tells all kinds of funny stuff on Facebook. All right, let's see. Let's go back to the YouTubes. Who's on right now? Who should we go watch? It's the live. Chaotic Truth is on. Rob Noor is on. Glenn Lawrence. They got a panel too, so I want to see who's on.
Yeah, it is. It's a psychological warfare and it's a spiritual battle.
Of course, everybody's.
We all gotta understand that and get together.
Why do people
so we can
use
protect the
their?
future of our generations for the future?
Well, how
That's
you
what I'm
doing
here.
when you're drinking?
So what?
You're
Gonna do
how
about
can
it?
you be this big an idiot and protect anything? I
Do
bet
about it? I'm not scared to tell you
you're
what's
the kind
up,
of guy
bro.
that gets mugged walking home, dude. What are you talking about?
Then what are you
protecting
doing,
shit?
bro? For you hating on me, it's going backwards. You're rewinding,
No, that's
bro.
not how it works. Everybody's
I did not
seen
come on here
me
and say,
be
Grid, I don't like
respectful.
what you're doing, Grid.
Everyone,
I did
literally,
not come on
dude,
here.
shut up.
All right,
Everyone's
dude.
seen me
Yeah,
be
shut up.
respectful, and everyone has.
Hold on,
Everyone's
Grid.
seen me.
We're gonna let him cook.
God, it's that guy.
Go ahead and cook. All right, man. What they're saying is you need to sober up and get your mind out of the fucking clouds because you're delusional right now and everything you keep talking about this circle of life shit. How do you plan on raising kids and us teaching the future generations by giving everybody a trophy and them thinking, okay, everybody deserves everything and no one can exceed in life because we've given them everything. First of all, I don't believe that you've not drank in 6 months. I believe you drink every fucking day because the way you're acting and the way your mind is, I think you really need some help. But not only that, you keep just going in a circle and talking about we need to connect and who are you connecting with? Like you said that. You said the world's changed, we're connected, we're better. But you never said who you're connecting with. Are you connecting with the 20% Fruit Loops in the clouds? Are you connecting with the people down here that make common sense and rules? And don't interrupt. What I'm saying is you need to, and I'm no therapist, but I'm just saying from listening to you, man, honest to God, go to bed, get up and start a new day and look in the mirror and say, what is a woman? Can you answer that question? What is a woman? Do you believe that, men belong in women's sports? I mean, are you on that side of the...
Let him answer the question. Gotta get a baseline here. Baseline.
What's going on, Quick Shoe?
I have a woman. I'm comfortable.
That's not the answer.
But what do you mean? You just said.
I said, what is a woman? Do you know what a woman is?
Do I know what a woman is? Oh, fuck yeah. I stick it in her pussy every fucking night, man. I know what a woman is.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
This is why you're on a panel where these guys are trying to tell you, dude, you need to do something different.
Bro. We're consciously mine, man, for sure. But it's not about this, man. It's about conscious minds. It's understanding.
But your mind is
what's
not
happening today.
conscious. You don't understand what they're trying to tell you. Your mind is disrupted right now because you're drinking,
so the food
and
is
it's staying
okay.
disrupted. You can't
wait,
critically you cannot critically think when you're delusional with alcohol or any other thing else. You cannot critically think of what you're doing in structure and being
the food we're eating right now is okay with the artificial dyes.
No,
and
that's why we
everything.
have people in those places trying to
Okay.
change it
Well,
right
yeah,
now.
just feed the kids.
But you had the
Well, it's
choice to go out and grow a
artificial.
garden and grow healthy food, or go to the store and buy microwavable food. You're a grown man, right?
Oh man,
Yeah, dude.
come on.
It's debatable.
Yeah, no,
It's
you had the
debatable.
choice to stay healthy, or
Let me debate this guy. I would go at you quick, man. Like,
Well, go-
I'm not
I'm sitting
allowed.
right here,
I'm not
dude.
allowed, bro. Yeah, you win, bro. You're a winner.
No,
You're a
I'm not
winner.
trying to be. I'm trying to tell you.
Go ahead.
No, man,
Common
I'm
sense
giving it
into
all
you,
to
man.
guys. You all win, bro.
We've all been
man.
trying to
You all
talk
win.
sense into him for like 2 hours now.
Yeah, great. You said nothing but hatred, bro. You fucking can't talk no sense to me, man. What the fuck you talking about? This guy
Bro,
right now that just talked to me right now talked the most
shut
sense.
up.
The guy that just talked to me right
Literally.
now talked the most sense.
Literally, you are literally the
I'm literally,
most
I'm the problem of the
victim.
world, right?
Mean
You
drunk.
are the most
Mean
victim
drunk
Olympic
sucks.
Karen motherfucker
Yes,
that's
they
ever
do.
been on this panel.
Tell me,
Ever.
Karen, what am I hating you about? I'm not forcing
I
you to
thought
do
I
a
was
shot.
wrong. So
I'm not forcing you to do things you don't
oh,
want to
yeah.
do.
No, you're just whining about everything. You're whining about the
You're a whiner,
feelings
bro.
and
You're a
energy and
crybaby, bro.
and you won't shut the fuck up.
Pillsbury.
You seriously won't shut the fuck up.
You can't.
Greg, I would.
I really want to come on panel.
I'm sorry. What did you say? I'm sorry. What?
Hey, you guys, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe.
What was that last
and
sentence,
that
sir?
notification.
That wasn't nice.
What was that last sentence?
Any day.
I 100%, 100% know that's
Well,
false.
you just said that he has
because you've never been in a fight, and I've cut people up. Bro, you've never been in a fight, and I hurt people.
Look at him. Top right corner.
You've never
He
been
looks
in a
like
fight,
he's already-
and I hurt people. I know
I've
that
never
you
been
can't
in a
do
fight,
shit.
dude. You're
Never
soft
been in a
like
fight.
Pillsbury, man.
You're the
Let
softest
know where,
motherfucker I've ever
TV
seen in my life.
channel.
Hey,
You've been
Scott Free.
programmed. You indoctrinated fool, bro.
Scott Free, man. When you're sober, how about you rewatch the stream?
Exactly.
I would laugh, bro. I actually say that this guy hold my ground. I
What?
did it. But I came out here to
True.
show you all love. I don't even hate any of you motherfuckers. So why are you guys
But
trying
you
to
won't
twist this all
stop
up?
talking.
Wait, but you
And
hate the
listen.
Your
accent.
big fucking mouth trying to tell me to shut up.
And that's why there's a reason for that. Because you won't shut the fuck up.
The way I fucking look.
No,
It has nothing to do with that,
the way
man.
you
No
look.
one has said any of that, man. No one has said any of that. No one has
no,
judged
no.
you on your look.
I know I've seen Grid for a while, bro.
Scott,
The last
you
6
know-
months, bro.
kinda looks like I
Your
saw him.
reputation ain't looking good, dog. Ain't looking good.
Motor Life. I just came across your channel like the other day. And I was watching a couple of your clips. It was good, man. Good stuff.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I'll try.
Swing over to my channel at some point, and we'll hang out. We'll talk stuff.
Yeah, I love coming on live streams, man. So
Grid's annoying.
Hey, Scott. Okay, hang on. Let me say something, Scott. It was nothing out of malicious. I don't know you. I don't hate you. I don't dislike you. I don't know you. I'm just saying, for instance, the next time you think about going on a live stream, do it sober, brother. I mean, just do it sober, honestly. What's up, Carney? So, I mean, that's all they're saying, and kind of listen and hear these guys out, man, because they do make sense. And just kind of go from there, brother. Like I said, it's all love, man. It ain't no hate or nothing like that. I don't know you, so I can't do that. I can't judge you, because when you're judging somebody else is pointing fingers at you. So you can't be that way. Or I can't be that way. So, much love to all of you, and I'll see you on your own channels. So, yeah, what's up, Barney?
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Big Witch.
Okay. I think it's time for the vote, gentlemen. I think we have a unanimous vote.
Ban this guy right here that's talking.
Scott, you have been voted off the island.
I didn't get a vote. Nobody told me I was voting. I would have voted.
But it was unanimous. I said it was a unanimous vote.
Yeah.
So I voted for all of you.
Bro, that was rough, man. That was rough. But good on everybody for holding it together.
I hated to make him look like a local, but he was a local. He just made himself.
You're motherfucking welcome.
Anyway, I just I've been productive while this has been going on, so that was good.
But actually, it was interesting about all that is that he has the same problem that I see a lot of guys have in this doomer mindset. Is what I've noticed is that people that can't do for themselves tend to demand people to do for them, demand this change in society, so that either the standards are lowered or that they are, not meant to hold or meet a said standard for success or for anything, right? And I have a problem with that, right? There's a real problem with that.
Yeah, I agree. As I knock a bunch of shit on the floor.
Yeah, I agree. All we hear is you knocking shit on the floor.
My bad.
We have standards for a reason. There's a physical standard in the military, right? Because you have to be able to physically be competent enough to do, or physically be capable to do your job, right? Now, the basic physical standard is just to get into the service. Now, depending on your job, your criteria might be even required to have a different physical standard compared to the basic training, just to get into the military standard. And that's because the requirement is different. The demand is different. But if we complain about the demand or the requirement is too high for us, or we can't exceed it and it should be changed, that's a problem. We shouldn't lower standards. We should only increase standards, in my opinion. Or at least help people rise to the standard, not, lower the standards for them.
In other words, don't give everybody a trophy unless they really deserve it.
But yeah, winners win trophies. That's about it. I remember the third place was like a ribbon. It wasn't even a whole trophy. It was like a ribbon.
Yeah.
And I think there's a problem with that. People expect to be acknowledged because they showed up. Well, I'm here. Well, that's great. What did you do? Well, I'm here.
Yeah, but see that I watched that unfold on the Panelverse too. And you guys need to understand that when I was saying about my disadvantages, I'm saying that I still become the best at everything I do with my disadvantages. I'm not saying that I should be given a participation trophy, but I watched this, what you're talking about, happen on panels where people who donate get a little bit better treatment than people who just show up and chat, for instance. There's been a conversation about this among many people that I've participated in. And, why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Right? And contributors on a panel also get a special advantage because we're contributing. But
there you go, Diane Breed.
If you're not going along with the show and you're just wasting everybody's time, and we've all seen it, then you don't get any of those advantages. Right? Like there are different, there is a caste system, and there very well should be.
Okay.
Do you disagree?
No, I'm just trying to wonder what set advantages are you talking about? Because I'm kind of confused.
If a person donates to your channel regularly, right, and they want to talk to you one-on-one, you're going to do it.
Not really, not necessarily.
You probably will.
If I'm busy, I'm busy. Like.
No, I know, but I'm saying right now, if a guy over the past 2 weeks has donated $500 to you and says, hey, I just have a couple questions. I watch a lot. I've never been on a panel. Just like to have a talk to you. You're probably going to put time aside for them.
I'll put just as much time aside for them as somebody that doesn't donate and ask me for my advice or they had questions.
Really?
Yeah.
So if there was a person in chat and one has always been in your chat for 6 months, say me,
excuse me,
right?
Okay.
And then another person starts giving me a hard time, you're going to treat them differently than you do me.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Try this again.
Okay. You don't think that people who contribute to a show deserve to be put on a higher pedestal than a random person that you don't know?
I don't think contributing to the show means that you're put on a pedestal.
You don't think that gives you more clout?
But
than just like, so for instance,
so hold on, because you said that you think that I would give time to somebody that donates sooner than I would give time to somebody that didn't donate. And
not even just money, just time.
That's what I'm saying. Even if if somebody hit me up and said, Glenn, I would like to talk to you. I need some advice. I would make time available for that person regardless of whether they donate or if they're or anything. I would, whenever I'm available to assist that or have that conversation, I would. I wouldn't just drop everything and just like say fuck the world. I'm gonna go talk to this person because they give me money. No.
All right.
If
let's make it a little bit more relatable. A little bit more relatable. We all talk about clout. Maybe you don't, but it's a funny joke, right? So I look at clout as an actual resource. You and Flo and two other people, I don't mean Sasquatch and some other guy, I don't really, had like a T for his name, had a panel the other day. I forget what it was even about. I think I was on my show or somebody else's show.
Me and somebody and Flo and Sasquatch?
Yeah, because you guys were going over a debate that you guys had. Remember? Just within the last 48 hours. I think it might have been yesterday. Remember that?
No.
You were going over a debate you had or something?
Last night?
Remember? I think so.
On Pearl's channel?
Yes. Yep. Right.
Oh,
So
David, we're talking to the young man, David.
Possibly. Yeah. I only caught bits and pieces of it. So
Okay.
this is the point is I think I was on a different channel. Right. But, that was a closed panel. Now, if certain people that knew about the situation wanted to come onto the panel, they would be able to come onto the panel. I myself wouldn't use any of my clout because I do a calculation in my mind. Do I know any of these people, or do I just want recognition for being there? Right? So I wouldn't even ask. But some people would, right? And it's clout is actually a currency, is what I'm saying, right? And so, do you disagree?
That clout is currency?
Yes.
No, I don't disagree that clout
Right.
can open doors for you. Sure.
Right. So that's all I'm saying is some people, and even with you, like you make a decision what's best for the situation at the time. But if somebody came along that was involved in what you guys were talking about and said, hey, I want to be on the panel, they'd be able to come on the panel. But a guy like me would have to use clout currency to get on that panel because it has nothing to do with me. You get what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with me. So obviously I'm just being there to be recognized.
No, I don't think that's true. Like, if you're saying that you were no knowledge of what we were talking about, and then you just wanted to come on the panel just to be seen. Well, depending on how, maybe what if like previous times when you were on the panel, maybe you engaged and you had a great conversation and you actually contributed, and you didn't have to have direct knowledge of exactly what we were talking about, but just from being able to pick up the conversation and you could, oh yeah, I see what they're talking about. You could engage and provide value. So
see, I don't look at it like that. And maybe that's part of my failing. Right? Because I see myself, even though I may have been doing YouTube shows even longer than a lot of you guys, I see myself as, when I'm in your circle, as the lowest level of your circle, because you guys have a circle that I came into, and I feel like I have to prove myself before I would ever do such a thing. Right? So that's all I'm trying to point out is I think some people get special treatment based on the situation. I don't think that we see all people as equal.
Is it special treatment, or could it be, hypothetically speaking, could it be that they have already proved themselves the same way that you would be led for or expected to prove yourself, and so it's not necessarily special treatment. They just passed the test before you did because they got there before you did to take the test. So it has nothing to do with special treatment. It just has to do with they've already proved themselves. Like, you just proved yourself, right? Like, so
clout.
Clout, or is that competency?
Yep. No, and I'm just giving an example. That's why, even though I was watching in the background, I don't like invading on other people's territory. You know, I just kind of stay back, be the disgruntled viewer. You know what I'm saying? And like I say, I think maybe it's a failing of mine.
Clout flex.
The only reason I'm bringing it up is because that guy seems like the type of guy that just thinks that he should be part of the group no matter what his contribution is, if you understand. Yes, no?
I mean, you think that he should be able to be involved in the conversation regardless of if he's competent and for it or not, right? Hello?
No, I think he wanted to be the conversation.
Sorry. Yeah, I was doing loud stuff. I just didn't want you guys to be disturbed. Yes. You got it exactly what I'm trying to get to. Don't forget, I'm cleaning 3 cat boxes. I'm like 2 minutes from being done, right? Like I had to wipe them all out. Then the cat used one of them while I was trying to. You know how it is.
I know you haven't been around in a while, Carney. Looking good though, man. Okay. Well, it's good to see you around, bro. If you want to, if you
I'm gonna
wanna hop
mute.
on. All right. All right. Well, if you see me on, just swing on by. He's probably like dropping a bunch of metal shit right now.
Yeah, sorry about that. Good to see you, Carney, man. It's been a minute, so good to see you around.
You too, Carney.
Yeah, man. Drop by anytime, bro.
Hey, Greg.
Yeah, man.
What'd you think about what 10th Man just said?
I mean, I'd
They don't want to talk to me no more. They call, and then poof, gone. All right. Wow. That was cool. Got to go hang out with those guys for a minute. That was a real quick minute. Did I use my clout to get on panel? Oh man. Nice. Let's talk about clout. Oh man. What would you guys think of that? Let's see what else we got. So Glenn, he's a good guy. Same with Grid One Motorsport. I used to jump on their panel. Well, I used to chill with Glenn quite a bit from time to time, late nights. Jump on his panels. It's been interesting. How long have I been on now? We've been at it for 2 hours. Wow. I'm gonna have to use my clout more, get on more panels. What do you guys think? Your most value, yep. You're gonna be crying all the time. Hell yeah. So yeah, I kind of screwed up. So I thought I was on my stream when I shared the other one. And I threw it on his. So it's like, oh, oops. It was a real subject. I hit 600 subs. Congratulations, Dying Breed. That's awesome. You know, you can always send some subs over here. I'm always hungry. Oh, man. But yeah, big shout out to Dying Breed on his 600 subs. Hell yeah. Yes, zip tie. Tell them thumbs up. Get that thumbs up. Only mornings and Saturday eves. And then Thursday nights with Sick Bastard. Yes, subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Yep, Sick will be on Thursday. Yes, share. Share it to your mom, share it to your dad, share it to your brother, share it to your sister, aunts, uncles, grandmas, grandpas. I don't care if it's a neighbor. I don't care if it's your enemy. Share, share, share. Big howdy to you from Motobomb. Let's see what kind of.
Hey, how y'all doing?
Doing good. Doing
Bad.
good. Happy
Good to see
Tuesday.
you.
Happy day off.
To see you
Happy day off,
guys.
right?
Well,
Yeah.
technically, I'm always off on Tuesday, but somebody asked me if I work for them, so I did.
Oh,
So
that
I'm
old
working
thing.
later.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Well, that's cool. That's cool. That helps. Hopefully that comes back your.
Okay. Live.
So neglectful that she can't even get off stream when she's falling asleep, and they're fearful. I wonder why they
Some more drama.
are
The best part of my day is walking in the crunch. I look the best walking out. Go to
Miss you.
Directly to Palestinians.
Communist gobbledygook symbolism on the front, but in the back of the shirt was the big circle with the slash through it, and it had
Anthony Brown. No, he's just like, do you know what? Fancy a cock in my mouth. That's what I fancy right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
Banned on Twitch, right? That way we can still say that I did it. That way I can still get a payday. This would be big.
150, okay? The 250th anniversary, I did not get. I'd like to claim it, if I might, but I didn't get that. That was whether I was president or not, it was still 250. I'd like to take.
By the way, I think
very, very big decision. And we've Marco has been really, I think you're born for this job. I don't think you should ever coming up, which is like having 45 Super Bowls and
Users. And of that
Ashley got to give me.
powerful, you can now think you would say is respect. They respect Marco.
Fox
They
News.
respect all the people around the table. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to go around the table. You seem to like it. Your audience seems to like it based on ratings. And I want to mention, about crime because we have a young lady
All right,
here,
let's
Iris,
get to
Epoch Times. You're Iris, aren't you, huh? And I heard you were very savagely mugged in the city, and I'm not going to let that happen.
Carney live whenever. Be on the lookout. That's right.
Would you like to mention what happened?
You never know when my show's going to be on
Do you want to listen to this?
because I don't even know.
So more than 2 years ago, it was a Saturday morning.
Just in the pond. Fishing buddy said, "Damn, that water's cold." Whereas it's deep too. Yeah, I've heard that one. Hey, Crystal, how you doing? Random ride time. Hell yeah, random ride time. That sounds good. I'm actually waiting for somebody, so I can't even get on the bike right now. Or I can't even. I could take a nap,
If
but
you're being honest.
I really don't want to wake up to somebody knocking on my door.
Right.
Just starting my career here in DC without even starting a family. And now I'm very blessed to have this opportunity.
So you had a gun pointed at your head, and you probably figured that he's going to pull the trigger.
You see, I'm not yelling at traffic today.
They couldn't care less.
That'll be
Consider
later.
To him is a very minor event.
I'm gonna go. I'll be in the cage later on, so I'll probably do another stream while I'm driving.
Which would probably, maybe somebody would say that was not the right decision, right? But you refused, but I understand that. And then he hit you real hard.
I am fantastic. Finally home after a week-long vacation that seemed like months. I know every time you take a vacation, it seems like you need to take a vacation from that vacation. Ugh.
Thank you very much.
For us, for our families, for my parents, on my behalf.
Vacations are work. That's why you need a vacation after your vacation.
And there are other
Thank you very
reporters
much.
and journalists, and good people, and you don't have to say it, but that have also been attacked violently, and not violently too, pretty badly. But and I bet you see a big difference in the streets right now. And this is only 12 days, but people are telling me they're going out to dinner now. They haven't. I told the story of my friend, but I have a lot of friends that are going out to dinner all the time now in DC, and they weren't doing it 12 days ago. They would never even think. One of my friends went out 5 times. It was 4 times the last time I told. Now it's 5 times. He said, I love going out to dinner, and restaurants are starting to open again. A lot of them closed because, nobody wanted to go into a restaurant. Nobody wanted to get to a restaurant or even sit in the restaurant. But you see a big difference now, don't you?
I do pass by the Union Station every day on my way home, and I do feel last week we're seeing the trucks right outside, seeing the National Guard troops members right outside. Just make me feel like I'm hopeful about DC again, and one day hopefully we can raise our families here.
Thank you very much. That's nice. And those are tough troops too. Those are not
Oh, yeah.
politically correct troops. We don't have politically correct anymore. We have
It's
tough guys.
interesting that we have friends
including
we
some
would
tough women.
never
We have
have
tough people, and when you look at them,
stories and
I tell you, they showed
true
jealousy
that, Mark.
where a bunch of Trinidad guys or whatever, maybe
14 likes.
13, maybe
We got 14 likes. Oh yeah, 15.
Okay, because to me they're worse.
I see
I think
15.
they're worse. MSNBC maybe is
That's
worse.
awesome,
than
you guys.
Trinidad.
Appreciate it.
Real scum.
Call
Real
people
scum, real
watching.
dishonest people. But anyway, they went into this gang. I think it was Trinidad, Venezuela, and they weren't nice to this group of people. The gang was calling them sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. You're no good. Get out of here. And yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. These are people that beat up people all day long, and they're calling these soldiers. That's what they are. They're real soldiers.
Like
There's
this.
no games. I said, you don't have to be politically correct. And you know the way they used to spit in the face of the soldiers, with the soldiers saying like this, and you'd have some guy or some woman sometimes screaming at them from 1 inch away. They're standing there, and they're told you cannot do anything, and they start spitting, actually spitting in their face. And I said, you spit, we hit. And they're totally authorized to do that, all of those things. But your story is great, and there are other stories here, but they don't have to tell them. But some people are ashamed to tell them. They don't want to tell them. But it was like a jungle, and it's not a jungle anymore. And it's going to get so good that this will be the safest capital there is. It'll be one of the safest places in our nation, anywhere.
But
And right now, it's one of the most unsafe places, but not now. 12 days ago, it was the most unsafe place in our nation. And they have to stop issuing false crime numbers because, I heard the mayor, and I like the mayor, fine. I don't care if I like her or not. If she did her job, I wish she were a horrible person who did her job. But she's probably nice, I guess. I don't care. I want her to do a job. But they issue false numbers. She said, crime is down, before we are. Now they can say crime is down. Crime is very much down. But what they did is they issue numbers. It's the best in 30 years. Not the best. It's the worst. It's the worst. It's much worse. And they gave phony numbers. And then they fired the man who didn't want to write the phony numbers. He got fired. And I guess that whole situation's under investigation because it's a very important thing, Pam. I mean, if they're going to give these phony numbers, it's a false feeling that you get crime. You have to do something about it. You can't go around saying, "Oh, Washington D.C. safe," if it's not. It's going to be very safe very soon. It's very safe right now. You're going to go out, have dinner. People are going out all over the place. They're walking. I have people that work in government, strong, tough cookies. They can take care of themselves, but it doesn't help to have big, strong muscles. And I work out. If a guy's over there with a gun shooting you in your face, you can be the strongest guy in the world. Guy has a gun, shoots you in the face. It doesn't matter how much you've worked out, how many weights you've lifted, how hard you work. And so we have the toughest guys and we have the best guys. And I'm willing to go to Chicago, which is a big trouble, but we have a governor that refuses to admit he has problems, huge problems. Baltimore, Wes Moore was telling me I want to walk with the president. Well, I said, I want to walk with you too someday, but first you got to clean up your crime because I'm not walking in Baltimore right now. Baltimore is a hellhole. And this guy, I don't even think he knows it. He's another candidate for president.
Hello?
Between him and Newsom, got some real beauties up
Hello?
there. But if we didn't go into Los Angeles, you wouldn't have the Olympics, in my opinion.
Good morning. My name is Amy. I'm reaching out because Medicare just launched an inflation relief package for New Mexico, which offers extra cash for groceries, gas, and prescriptions. So you do have Medicare Parts A and B, right?
Sure.
Perfect. You're eligible for our plans. Let me forward you to the benefits specialist. Please hold.
Hello, my name is Daniel. How are you doing?
Hi, Daniel. How are you doing today? What can I do for you today? This is Carney from Carney's Ride. We are live right now. What? They don't want to talk? They don't want to hang out? Them motherfuckers. That was a waste of my time. They could have been like, yeah, what channel? I want to see. I want to be on. Curiosity killed the cat. Oh, man.
Turn the rest of the water on. Turn it on. So things are
I was
done
trying to
that
see
are
how long,
so
if they wanted to
sad in this
sit there
country.
for a while, but
Lack of common sense. I like to say the Republican Party is the party with
no, I want them. That way they could sit there and be like, oh, yeah, cool. And then I could hit them with the sub and, hit that thumbs up,
They're very smart, but they're radical left. And they're
slam them with
destroying our country. In that medicine. The cost of medicine all over the world is much cheaper than
There
the
you go.
United
He
States.
hung
For
up to
years,
watch
the world was
Carney's
just
live.
And you go to Germany,
Oh,
you
shit,
go to
he's on.
Finland, you go to different places, and you go to a store, and it's sometimes 10% of what we pay in the United States. Because they said, nope, we're not paying anymore. You charge the United States. This went on for 25, 30 years. And I invoked favored nations. I said, I want to pay the same as they're paying.
You go now.
And
You owe
Bobby
me
Kennedy's doing a good
$49.95.
job.
You
Dr.
never
Oz is
pick
doing
up
a good
Chinese
job.
food. You owe
And
now.
I asked them, I mean, other than the basics that they're doing on autism
That would be
and other
good.
thing, which we got to solve that problem because it's crazy what's happening. It's out of hand. But this is the most important thing.
But you have to play the
that can be
game.
done is
You have to
favored
keep the.
nations, Bob.
Yeah, I
And we're
mean,
not
there's
talking about a
other
25%
things I'll
cut
sit there
or
and
50.
use.
We're
I
talking
just
about a 1,500%
one.
cut because people go to
I mean, I
in
always
Europe to buy
tell them,
drugs, and they come back with drugs,
I'll sit
prescription
there and be
drugs.
like,
They're all
"Oh,
not, I
does
mean, not the
this
Band-Aid
help?
drugs. I mean,
For my
prescription drugs.
employees?" I'm
Because
like,
you can
what?
buy them for 10%,
Yeah.
15%, 20% of what. So
Is this a
they're going
business
to go
phone?
up in drugs.
Yes,
And I
we
told the
did.
countries, and I get along good with all of them. And you could ask any, I get along good with all of them. But I said, I told them, I said, you're going to go up a little bit because it's the world. It's the world. So more people in the world that we have.
I've
We're gonna go
been
down a
dealing with
lot,
these guys for a
and
while,
they're going to go
so
up a little. And
the
it's called
whole
equalization. We can
you're
have equalization.
this is
So we
Carney,
pay
you're
the
on
same
Carney's
price
ride
as the
is
lowest drug sold anywhere in the world.
is always
And
good to say.
I think, Bobby, that's going to happen pretty soon. The companies are ready for it. They had to go for years. I was with a very great gentleman from Eli Lilly. I think he's an incredible executive. I'll mention the company and I'll mention him because we had this argument. My first term.
I noticed there
and the
are
last
no
of my
cats
second
hanging around
term. In my second
Chinese
term, I wouldn't
restaurant
stop
dumpsters.
until I won the point.
Yeah, there are.
Threw up his hands. He
All the
says,
food that
I
wasn't
can no
eaten.
longer defend it. I can no
Ooh,
longer
shots
defend
fired.
it. Or 15% or 20% the cost of what we're paying.
That was
Where we'd
funny,
pay
though.
5, 6, 7 times more money. He said, it's the hardest part of my job defending that. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm saying that we have to get down to business. And that's a great company. He's done a great job, and I appreciate
What
it.
I want you
And it
to
really broke the
do,
ice because they were saying, well, we
Kearney,
have to do research and
is
development. Well, you have
watch
to do it
counter
for Germany and
payback.
all
That's
these
a
other
lot of.
countries too. Well, they think the
Oh yeah,
United States
so
compared.
there's
I
this
heard
one
this
guy
stuff from
that I watched that actually busted.
now, we have to have somebody that can get these countries to do
The
it.
guys out there
I
in
told them,
India.
if you don't do it, we're going to charge you a 25%
So,
tariff on everything you
I
sell
mean,
to
I've
our country.
watched a lot of
That's
those
much
back
more
in the
money than
day.
what we're
I mean,
talking about.
I used to do it
And we have to
myself.
get the drug companies to do it. And they're doing it because we have tremendous power over the drug companies too. So we're going to get
It was
done.
like a
I
reverse,
just hope we get it
prank
done
call.
fast, Bobby, because this thing should go fast. But we're going to get the cost of medicine.
So one
is
thing
gonna
about
be
me, Crystal,
1,000%. Think about it. Not 2%. And I'm just
yeah,
telling
if you
this
notice all
last
my social
story.
media,
When I was in my first
everything's
term,
going to say
in my last year,
2021.
I was so proud of myself because drug prices
And
went down for
I
the
have no
first
problem
time in
saying it.
28 years under my
They shut
administration.
a
You know
lot
how
of
much it
us
went down?
down.
1/4 of
Our social
1%.
media, our
And I was so proud of that.
emails, our
I held a news
generators,
conference.
everything.
I think you'll be able to find it.
When the Biden administration
Congratulating
came
myself
in
and my administration
and called
because for the
Patriot
first
Group
time in 28
terrorists.
years, drug prices
So I
went
had
down.
to
One
start
quarter of
all
1%. They
over
didn't tank,
again.
but it still went
Everything.
down. And I
Social
thought it was
media,
great.
generators, everything.
And then I realized, it's a very
So
complicated business and formula. You got to be very smart. I said,
back in the
we're
day,
ripping
I had over
the
100
whole
some
world.
odd
The whole
thousand
world is ripping us off.
subs.
And what happened is, I got on this kick, and I got the drug
YouTube,
companies to
that
agree.
was YouTube.
And I got
Actually, no, YouTube was
countries to agree.
in the
And they're
80s.
not agreeing because
Facebook was
they think
over
I'm a nice
100,000.
person. They're agreeing because I will put charges and costs and tariffs onto them that will be many times more than what they're going to be paying. So the companies are there and the countries are there, and we got to get it done, Bobby. We got to get it done, and we're going to
Yeah,
have
those things are funny though.
price of that. Now that's going to lower Social Security, Medicare. This is going to lower everything because drugs go for
I
everything.
mean, I've done
It's gonna
so
have the
much
biggest
shit
impact,
in
I
my
think, of
past.
anything that can
You know,
possibly be
working
done.
on bikes,
But your
working on
costs are
car
gonna be
shows, working on
going down for
lowriders,
medicine,
working on
for
carnival
prescription
rides,
drugs, will
building
be going
carnival
down
rides,
at
building
levels that nobody ever
lowriders,
thought possible.
building
And that's
bikes.
going to happen in a
I mean,
matter of a very short period.
and building
And we're
houses,
all set with the countries, and we're all
businesses.
set with the
I mean, I had a lot of stuff
companies.
on there.
That's all you need, the two. And the middleman gets cut out. Under this scenario, the middleman doesn't exist anymore. That was the other thing. They always blamed the middleman. I said, who are the middlemen? Nobody knew who the middleman was. They had the most complex formula. It was
Yeah,
that
so I'm
they
in
didn't get away with
Albuquerque,
it.
so we got a lot of
I'm counting
coyotes
on
around
Bobby.
here.
You want to start, Bobby? Maybe we'll start with you. You can
Both
start with
kinds.
that and then go on to what,
So
what we're talking about.
We are deep into MFN negotiations.
You know, and it's been hot out here, and ICE has
14 companies.
been around to cool
Al
things down.
Gleinick is a breath of fresh air, and I think he's going to help us get across.
Cat
the
is
finish
good,
line
apparently.
with
Actually,
with 11
Feline is really not that bad.
They're smart.
Canine
Don't let them
has
get
a
away with it.
different,
The
different
combination
taste.
of Bobby's MFN
I mean, I've had
and
different
the
types of
232
meat
pharmaceuticals, which
through
we
my
launched
journeys.
together. When you put those two together, it really gives Bobby the tools to go execute your plan. So I'm supporting
And
Bobby
rodent,
as he
different types
executes
of
his
rodents.
plan.
I mean,
Right?
us. And we were, this cabinet
Mm.
meeting is supposed to be
I'm
about
good.
working Americans and getting jobs back to this country,
Hey,
particularly rural America.
if you go
And,
to
I want to
go
mention
to
right now, we
you
spend
know, somebody's
7%
house
of
and they
Medicaid
have
dollars
delicacies,
on rural hospitals. So they're getting the short end of the stick. It's about
might want to
$19
try it
billion.
before you even ask them what it
The
is.
Rural Transformation Program.
One thing I learned growing up is, you know, always
infusion of cash.
taste it,
Rural
you
hospitals
know,
and rural
try it
communities
once
by
if you like it.
50%.
If not, try it twice,
Infusion in history, and it's going to restore
just in
revitalize
case.
communities, and we can't survive as a nation if we don't honor our
If you
rural
get to a third
communities.
time, that's when you can actually make a good decision if you don't like it or not.
Economy, our food, and you are bringing that back.
You know, like they said, third time's a charm, right?
I wanted to talk because you mentioned the wind farms. We now have an interdepartmental
I've seen a
coalition, a
bundle
team
scrap
led
like
Doug
that.
Newcomb and Howard Lutnick,
35
Chris
years.
Wright, and Pete Hegseth. We're all working on this issue. And Lee, sorry, Lee, we're all working together on this issue. We're meeting together. There are right now 11 wind farms planned that were launched during the Biden administration. Between Maine and Virginia, it's 1,130 towers. These towers are twice the size of the Washington Monument. The blades on them
They're
are
massive. It's so crazy.
the
Go ahead.
blades are 350 feet long. One blade. One of these blades on Nantucket last summer, and the water was filled with shards of glass, of sharp glass, so it's dangerous to swim. They had to close the beaches, but they have indemnified themselves so the local communities can't sue them. None of these projects are bonded. If you build an oil derrick in the Gulf, you got to put a bond down. There's no bond.
Oh, you're citing it in?
That's one of the tools
Sweet.
that Doug is now using to.
Well, enjoy shooting
these
those
projects.
freedom
None of
seeds,
the
you
cost
know.
of energy from these projects is 39 cents a
And
kilowatt
Crystal,
hour.
this one's
The average cost in this company
dedicated
is
to you. Remember to tap and rack? and make sure they don't put a highway next to your targets.
As soon as they begin construction, the groundfish
You
fishery
enjoy
has
yourselves
disappeared.
and be careful.
Fish leave the area. They've killed 160 whales in the last 2 years. So they're wiping out the whale population, the Atlantic whale population.
Being so slightly cross-eyed is horrible.
The humpback whales, right whales. And you are going to save the whales
Huh.
on the East Coast because of this. You're going to save these economies. They're based upon commercial fishing. I'll say one other thing.
Just
about
try to figure.
fishing.
You have to figure out what,
We are now the South Asian
which one's
nations
your
have
strong
the most
guy.
shrimp in our
If you're shooting a long
Shrimp is
rifle,
heavily contaminated. We just stopped a ship
as long
that was
as you got,
contaminated with
I mean,
cesium-157,
it doesn't matter if
which
it's
is
a
a
sidearm or long rifle.
They're
As long as
farming
you
these
can
shrimps,
see
and they use bacteria
your
sites,
sights
antibiotics, and all kinds of
and they
chemicals.
line
The
up,
shrimp are so contaminated
go.
that the European
Or,
nations won't take them, so
you
they're
know,
dumping them
like
all,
my
and they're putting out of business. We have the most
my grandpa
sustainable
taught me when I was a kid,
fishery in the world.
wherever you
What our
point,
fishermen do is a good thing. And all the trawlers,
as long
in
as
the
you
Gulf
point
and Alaska
straight,
are being shut
your
down
bullet will
because
hit
we're getting shrimp
where
dumped
you
here.
point.
So we have now
What's going on, Rob's neighbor? How you doing?
inspections of shrimp to make sure that Americans are not buying and eating contaminated shrimp and putting our shrimpers out of business. I talked just very briefly. We have an historic agreement on pre-authorization We brought together 80% of the insurance industry, which has agreed for 80% of the countries give immediate pre-authorization so that when you go to your doctor's office and he prescribes you a new knee or whatever it is, you will immediately know whether your insurance company is going to pay for it. This is an historic agreement. People have been trying to do it for decades.
You see, slightly cross-eyed, get full auto and spray what's in your patient.
Similarly, we've made another historic agreement with
Just like that.
You're going to be able to see by next year all of your health records on your cell phone. It's going to save lives. It is going to fuel an infusion of technology into that space where people can access those records. They can compare their diet to what they personally need, and we'll have personalized medicine. We are doing price transparency. You passed this during your first term, and then the Biden administration refused to enforce it. We've now brought in HHS.
You know, I love shooting
my leadership, more enforcement
that my FFL friends bring me to shoot.
So we're going to have that kind of price transparency. I'm working with Linda on forcing medical schools and the MCATs, the people who administer the MCATs, the people who do accreditations, to put nutrition into medical school education.
All right.
Right now, 25% of the doctors in this country do not feel competent to give nutritional advice. 70% of diabetes cases can be reversed or ended if you just change people's diets, and the doctors don't know how to advise it. They only know how to prescribe the drugs. We are going to change that. So if you come out of a medical school under the Trump administration, you are going to know about diet. And then finally, most importantly, the Pete and Bobby Challenge. I want to give an update. Pete got, or I got 5 minutes and 48. It's 100 push-ups, 50 pull-ups.
You know,
and you try to do
I jump on panels from time to time. Can you imagine me being on this panel?
I'm still bitter at that. 5 minutes 25. The cabinet leader is Scott Turner.
Okay. I think everybody would get blazed.
You beat me
Get a contact buzz, that's for sure.
I'm waiting for reports from the rest of the cabinet. The only exemptions currently existing is if you can hit a 50 administer, which President Trump did with Bryce and DeChambeau. So he's the only one exempt in this room.
That's great, Bobby. Bobby, autism, if I could just, I don't want to go too long because we have a lot of people, but the autism is such a tremendous horror show.
Man, what the hell is everybody, man? They're getting high, that's what. Hey, Junior, you ever smoke any shit? It's only gonna be
We don't smoke marijuana.
Man, what the hell is everybody, man? They're getting high, that's what.
Hello. Hello.
Good morning. My name is Maya. I am with the Senior Resource Center. Now you can get access to early money for your needs from the New Mexico Final Expense Plan for all New Mexico residents. Have you received it?
Sure.
Great. That's why we're following up to inform you about our new state-approved final expense life insurance plans that our records indicate you can qualify for. Your age plays a factor in maximizing your benefits, so can you please confirm how old you are?
5012.
Perfect. You are qualified for the plans. Just hold on for a second, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian, and how are you?
Hi, Brian. How are you today? What can I do for you?
Well, sir, as you know that this call is about life insurance. Recently, the rates has been dropped down on whole life insurance policies. And there could
Cool.
be a final expense life insurance policy available in your area that can meet your budget and needs. So just check the eligibility. May I know how old are you right now?
So that works for my employees. I just had one guy just fall off a roof the other day. How is this going to help him?
Are you looking for life insurance for yourself?
I said for my employee. He fell off a roof.
You're
He's
not
going to
looking
need
for life
something.
insurance for yourself?
I don't think his last name's herself.
So I went to this Chinese all-you-can-eat buffet, and well, the owner, he got pissed.
No. Do. Have him listen while working. All right, on man. Okay. Percent off this because I'm sending it. Oh, that's cool. They're getting serious. You want to call me now too? Yeah, I gotta love them. Got this guy down. Oh yeah. Carney's so nice on the phone. Life insurance. Don't get caught in the crossfire. Don't fuck people over and do not convert thy neighbor's wife. Yeah. That's a good one. Mark's 3 commandments. Yeah. It is what it is, you know. My wife keeps telling me I need to stop fucking with them. And they'll stop calling. I'm like, no, they won't. They'll keep calling. So I might as well keep fucking with them. Maybe 4. I can't count. Ooh, next one I should do the bumper boat speech. Oh, so we got text. Okay. No, thank you. Appreciate it. So I think Mike is going to be talking about that probably tomorrow.
We don't smoke marijuana.
Man, where the hell is everybody, man?
I love that
They're
video.
getting high, that's what.
Ann Arbor, Michigan. Back in the day.
LSTH! For life! LSTH! For life! LSTH! For life! LSTH! For life! Get high! For life! Waking up every day is like rolling the dice, so get high your own way. Get high every day! That's how you do it when you're down with hard way. Get high! Oh, man.
Oh, that was back in the day. What? Can't believe that. No, never. Yeah, thank you. I think it's fun doing it. Paul. Yeah. Razor Ray. Big shout out to you, man. My boy Harm. Boy, how you guys? Mystic. Mystic guys so get high. I was sick for life. Yeah. Hardwire. Dude, what's going on?
Shit. Shit. Shit.
Stop. Stop it. Yes. Oh, have you ever heard somebody play their guitar with a drill?
the money and so two for the show. Three for the honeys and four for the blows. I never stop. Never stop. One for the money and so two for the show. Three for the honeys and four for the blows. I never stop. Never stop. I'm not friendly with MC. Consider all my enemies. They ever think of testing me, I leave them all on bended knees. Bowing to the master, faster, pulls his grass, it's classic. Got the game sold up, wrapped like plastic. Having dreams of dissing me. Wake up and apologize.
In years, 2008. Oh,
One for the money, two for the dough, three for the honey, four for the flow. That's how it goes down. Let's go, nigga. Let's go, nigga. Here we go right now!
Oh, man. I forgot about this. Dime bag. Fuck. There's my buddy Harms. Let's see. Statistics over there. Where's Ray? There's Dime. All the fun we had back then, man. So yeah, fucking my guys were hitting me up telling me, hey, they're right here, you can find them. You might be able to pop up some of the older videos. And I was like, hell yeah.
Just in case you don't know, we are Motown motherfucking Racers right here in Detroit, Michigan. I gotta tell you guys something.
It was
real
there.
quick. We played this venue last in 2006. And I swore to fucking God, I said, fuck that place. I'll never play there again. But you know what? Roosevelt bought Harpo's and turned this motherfucker around. So one time, I want everybody at the top of their lungs to give it up for Roosevelt one time. Make some noise!
You know, I was hanging out with these guys. If we weren't hanging out together, we were hanging out on the gaming. I mean, shoot. All of us were Battlefield fanatics. We are the LSGH clan.
Ground to outer space don't give a
Outer
fuck.
space.
They gotta have two phones, so they
Easy.
blowing up his dope phone. Like,
So yeah, I probably won't get any copy strikes on any of those. That's the cool part. DCDA. Yeah, great. Shane Classy is awesome. All right. Wow. Oh. Yeah. Let's see. What else can I find?
God,
Let's do the lives.
look and say, well, here's.
Come on, man. I'll tell you, you know what I mean? I'm telling you,
I
bro.
got
That
chop
shit.
easy.
I keep it true down, bitches. When I see them in the ground, I'ma flip the bitches.
I'll get to that in a second. The other, but number two, the reason is uniquely why historically you shouldn't have done this on the right.
Was treated from his father based on him losing his mother. Could he be reactive?
With India, are you worried about that?
So that was cool that Ray's Motor Life was
Even like,
yep,
you know, they're not themselves. They're a
show.
character.
That was awesome.
Telling the truth is
for someone to be at home and for the kids to ride the bus since I was leaving.
To my own detriment, I defended you in those 40 days that you were attacked on my.
What's this? It's a cat.
Got the scale doing flips like an acrobat. Bricks in the attic, let it stack like a habitat. Just on my mind, got my soul wearing all black. Step up out the cut like.
What?
About to cut like a ghost in the system. FN got a beam, leave them smoke like a swisher. Never leave a witness, everybody turn victim. Catch
Banned on Twitch.
the American people safe. And
I don't know, but yo, you can't commune with sinners. You gotta be like
free from
going.
Yeah.
Nothing.
So anyway, channel and gets put off for life. So if you like,
right, he's more ready to hear you.
People love what people have to say.
in other areas, which again speaks to the intent of those who are trying to hide on Brennan and James Clapper and others that have
To be burned and they didn't get burned, having to do with how corrupt the 2020.
for hardworking American families. Thank you for the largest tax cut in
2020.
Fox News.
and small businesses. There's no bigger beneficiary than Main Street because small business makes up 99% of all businesses in this country. I've traveled to nearly half of our states, 24 unique states. I've made 40 state visits. In fact, I was with our great vice president at a small business manufacturer in Georgia last week. I was with a trucking company in Ohio. I was in Michigan at a motorcycle manufacturer. The return of Made in America is going to be driven by small businesses because 98% of all of our manufacturers in America are small and medium businesses, 600,000 factories that employ 5 million people. And as Secretary McMahon mentioned, this work-based learning that is going on in professional and trade schools is real. I've visited them from Utah to Maine to Georgia and seen this revolution in education happening. So small businesses need skilled labor. Now that you've solved for inflation, for the taxes, every Democrat voted for a $4 trillion tax increase on the backs of hardworking Americans. And so you prevented that. And now we've got fair trade. And thanks to Administrator Zeldin, we're seeing deregulation. I mean, this diesel exhaust fluid crushed farmers and your domestic economic agenda is amplified through small businesses, which is why small business optimism is above its 53-year average, finally. Yeah. And so Main Street appreciates it. What Main Street wants now is a rate cut. They feel burdened by high interest rates. They would grow higher and expand more if they could, but the interest rates are really hurting them. And finally, I want to say thank you for your executive order on debanking. We're about to announce a major investigation on debanking. It happened to you and your family. It happened to me. It happened to thousands and thousands of Americans. And unfortunately, disproportionately on those that had conservative values, on Christians, on pro-life, on 2A businesses. And so we're going to be talking to the banks about that. The SBA operates the largest government business loan program in the federal government. We have a network of 5,000 banks. So we're going to be making sure that that never happens to anyone again.
Great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Christy?
Well, Mr. President, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to work for you. And you committed when you ran for president to make America safe again. And today, the average family and individual that lives in this country is safer than they've been in years because of what you've done. We've got 3 months in a row now with 0 illegal aliens coming into this country. And I want to thank Pete and the Department of Defense for all of their help. They're down at the border with us still, helping us keep that border secure and make sure we know who's coming into this country. You've arrested and brought to justice hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens, of criminals that have perpetuated violence against American people. Sir, you've had 1.6 million people voluntarily go home to their home countries that were here in this country illegally. Because of your strong message and you enforcing the law, they decided to go home on their own so that they could come back the right way someday and be American citizens. But what I think is one of the most remarkable statistics is that under Joe Biden's administration, 88% of new jobs went to foreign-born individuals. Under your administration, 2.5 Americans have jobs today that they didn't under the previous administration. And they have those jobs because you created opportunities. You made this country safe. You opened up the economy. You enforced the law. Now people can get up and provide for their families and go to work every day and be confident in that. And the last thing I would say is that it's incredibly important to know that every one of those illegal aliens that has gone home, they were costing us about $8,700 to $9,000 a piece in what they were taking out of our social programs, out of Social Security. You've saved this country billions of dollars, about $15 billion, just in what those illegal aliens were costing us in social programs. I've cut over 450 different contracts at the Department of Homeland Security. We're getting rid of corrupt ones that were not efficient for taxpayers, weren't focused on our mission of keeping us safe. And we've also renegotiated and brought in our biggest vendors that said you have to do better. And we've saved the taxpayers over $13 billion doing that as well. So we're continuing to be accountable to taxpayer dollars, but sir, focused on doing the mission of what you've committed, and that's to keep us safe and to make sure we put Americans first.
Well, great job, and great job on the border. We had millions and millions of people coming in. To think 3 months in a row, 0. That's some job. Thank Tom and everybody. And Pete, good job. Not surprised. Thank you very much. Chris, please.
Chris. Sorry about that, Mr. President. Like Secretary Noam, I'm thrilled to be here to work with you on the simple platform you were elected on, which was to bring back the American dream, to bring jobs and opportunity for families across the country and to lower their costs so they can live their lives and expand the choices they have. You led off today talking about gasoline prices. I'll throw in diesel. If you correct for inflation, they're at multi-decade lows. This is a huge expense. This is a huge constraint on people's lives. We should celebrate that. Natural gas has become our main industrial fuel powering factories around the country. Natural gas prices are quite low in this country, and they're lower than in any country in the world. The reason for that is the United States produces 2 times more natural gas than the second largest natural gas producer in the world, and 4 times more natural gas than the number 3 and number 4 producers in the world. So you've opened up American opportunity and energy together with the work of Secretary Burgum, Administrator Zeldin, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Rawlins. You know, we've made it easy to produce energy in America again, and those benefits are flowing. I could go on about this stuff forever, but let me talk about one specific area of energy, electricity. That's in the front of people's minds. When the day you were inaugurated, we get hold of all the data. We can look at the resource plans of utilities across the country. What you inherited when you arrived was a plan over the next 5 years to close 100 gigawatts of reliable electric generation. So that's 100 large power plants. Now that was offset with a plan to build 22 gigawatts of reliable electricity generation. Their plan was to close more than 4 times as much electricity generating capacity as they were going to build in that 5-year period. How do we lead the world in artificial intelligence if we're shrinking our supply of reliable electricity? How do we reshore steel and aluminum and automobiles and semiconductors and all those jobs Americans want back in our country when we're degrading and shrinking our energy system? We were going to hand that leadership to China in artificial intelligence, not just to our economic loss, but to our huge national security loss. Your team around this table, and almost everyone around this table is involved in it, is just to completely pivot dramatically. We're stopping the closure of all these plants way before their retirement date. Some plants get to their end of life. That's a small percent of the planned closures. Most of those were just political nonsense at the cost to American taxpayers. So we have rapid new construction of power plants under in the United States. We're doing everything we can with suppliers who build the equipment for these power plants. They've got to build their factories bigger to build power plants in America. People thought those days were past. We weren't going to build big things in America anymore. We're just going to keep sending it over to Asia and overseas and just buy other people's stuff. Totally nuts economically, totally nuts for national security, and of course crushing for working Americans, particularly Americans that work with their hands. But we are seeing a revitalization of those people, of that optimism. You showed that picture of that plant being built in Arkansas, dozens of those under construction, just in artificial intelligence. But the reshoring of steel, of aluminum, of plastics, of fertilizer, semiconductors, like this, America's the land of opportunity. How did we get to become this awesome nation? Because we believed in the American dream and we leaned in on it. But the wealthy in our country and the coastal elites that live away from where stuff's actually made, they just lost their way, and politicians just let them have it. Your tireless campaign and your relentless messaging made people realize the American dream isn't dead. It's just been smothered, and we're unsmothering it and setting it loose. God bless your efforts. God bless your assembly of this team around this table for bringing the American dream back.
Thank you, Chris, very much. Great job you're doing. Appreciate it. Lori, please.
That's awesome.
Mr. President, everybody here who spoke works at the Department of Labor, clearly, which I love. They have all the correct talking points, but I think that's a testament again that we are all working together every single day. We talk to each other often, and the workforce, the skilled workforce, the education factor, retirees, it's been so important because they all touch the Department of Labor, and I have the opportunity to work with every single one. If you all haven't stopped by the Department of Labor, Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker, along with the American flag and President Roosevelt, because we're bringing business and labor together. And I was so honored to unveil that yesterday, and everybody is taking note of that. You also mentioned crime, and I think it's been important for my colleagues to recognize that now American workers can return to work and feel safe. That business owners aren't shutting down their businesses because they're afraid they can't protect their workers. And now it's open for business again, and it's starting right here in our nation's capital. Many things have been mentioned about consumer confidence up, unemployment is holding steady, and more than 2 million net jobs for native-born Americans has been key under your leadership. 84% of the workforce and jobs has been produced by the private sector. I think that was the mission of this administration and the Department of Labor. And I will continue to say for a little bit longer until I heard you today, the one big beautiful bill, because it equals one big beautiful workforce. And Congress passed.
Oh man, you know what? I still got to figure out what I'm going to eat today.
Sign, because it is protecting our American workforce by expanding Pell Grants and child.
Unfortunately, it's not going to be cooking with Carney because the wife already cooked everything. All I have to do is just warm it up,
announcing
put it
$30
together.
million in grants for our skilled workforce. That I have an MOU with Secretary McMahon. I have an
I
MOU
know,
with Administrator
Hardwire.
Leffler. That's important to
You
share.
always look
the
forward
data
to that.
points on how important this is. In June, we awarded nearly $84 million in grants for the capacity of what? Registered apprenticeships. An executive order to have 1 million active apprentices across this nation where we've already registered 185,000 since in the last few months. One of the other things that we have done is the Biden administration's guidance on cryptocurrency. And thanks to you and your leadership on that, we've rolled that back. And of course, we're going to see the 401k, the investors in our alternative assets. That's been key through the Department of Labor to work through. Partnering with our agencies, again, as I mentioned before, is important as we work together. I have visited, I'll be 31 states on my 50-state tour by the end of this month. I'm headed with Secretary Duffy, with the South Korean President Lee today, as we move through the shipbuilding. We will do that in Philly, and then I'm off to New England to talk to those states about how important the apprenticeship program is. But while I visited Hexel in Salt Lake City, 100% domestic carbon fiber for the Department of Defense as they produce. They are announcing another
But
$1
you know,
billion
you get to see me
investment
warm
per
up.
your executive order on advanced manufacturing.
What's for lunch?
So it is working. Everything that you have been saying since you were elected and since we all can put into play has been
Let's see what the
working.
wife
Ohio,
put together.
McDonald's is investing 375,000 new jobs. The shrimpers I visited as well, and they need our help in protecting that industry for our American.
She got like
fishermen
some
and
healthy
shrimpers.
food.
In Minnesota, I toured Cambria.
Like
When we're talking about
like
quartz
omelet
countertops, all
style
made in America.
broccoli and cheese.
And again, in Oregon, where we are expecting a crackdown. Thank you for what you are doing with your agents on
I'll
ICE.
probably
And
just
thank
have
you
some
for the
chili on it.
prosecution that I hope you will come to Portland, Oregon and crack down. But while there are still good people, I was able to visit Buckeye Pacific, really a trading floor for the timber industry. So we still want to focus on great, hardworking American businesses. Mr. President, I couldn't be more excited to ring in Labor Day in Erie, Pennsylvania for the Labor Day parade. I will be there to welcome it. It is
They
an
made
honor
a
to
roast
serve
of
this
that.
country. It is an honor to serve under your administration as the Labor Secretary, and we will kick off, and Republicans will own Labor
For
Day
dinner?
again,
Oh,
not Democrats.
yeah, I
We will
like
own it
roast.
because we are.
Hey, what's
you are
going
the
on?
president of the
American
American
Uncensored.
worker.
How are you
So
doing?
thank you for everything that
Thank
you've
you
done.
very much, Lori.
Absolutely.
You're doing a fantastic job, and I will tell you that Lori was recommended by the Teamsters. And I said, that doesn't really work, does it? And it turned out to be one of our best choices. So I just want to thank you and Sean, who, as you know, recommended you very strongly. You've really turned out to be a gem.
I
Thank
was
you.
able to talk to the president on the phone the other day. He called and we visited, and he said, but I know that you were, a little bit middle of the road and not so sure. I said, Mr. President, I have been a Republican. He's like, what? Wait, what? Now I like you even more. I said,
Doing a
I
great job.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Lori.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pam?
President, I'm working with everyone around this table almost daily on legal issues that we're winning on. But today, because it's Labor Day, President Trump, if I could focus on public safety, not only domestic, but from our foreign adversaries. And Secretary McMahon, I know kids are out of school this weekend. It's Labor Day. And Secretary Duffy, our highways are going to be packed with travelers coming to not only our nation's capital, but all over this country. We're also going to have boaters,
Healthy,
Secretary Duffy,
tastes
right
like
on our waterways.
Shit.
It is illegal to be under the influence and on a boat. So get a designated boater if you're out on our waterways, whether it's the Potomac or the Gulf of America or the Pacific.
I eat
Wherever you're out
healthy.
this
What am I
weekend,
talking about?
people need to be safe. And on a
I don't know about you
international
guys,
level,
but when I go to
Secretary Rubio,
like
thank you for all
all
your
you
help
can eat
on everything. We're
place,
doing on everyone around this
you know,
room.
Golden
But
Corral, stuff like
yesterday,
that.
there was a big
You know,
win. El
you could give me
Mayo
a salad.
pled guilty,
Salads are
and
good
he
for
was
you.
the co-founder of Sinaloa
So
cartel with El
I start
Chapo.
off with
And there's even a Narcos
instead of
Netflix
lettuce,
series about these guys. Well,
and
now we know
then
the ending.
all
He's going to
kinds of
die in an
cuisines
American
like
prison.
chicken,
They are one of the
you know,
worst,
bacon
El
bits
Chapo and El Mayo, some of the
lots
worst
of blue
narcos
cheese
traffickers in
oh,
our world.
wait a minute.
And he will spend life
My-
in prison now. And that's so important because those
My
guys
health
and others
doesn't
throughout this
healthy
country, throughout this world, have brought into our country drugs, cocaine, heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamines that's killing our kids. And we have to stop that. And that's what you've been doing, not only in DC, but around the country at your leadership. And over the weekend, parents need to know, with kids out of school, with people out on our highways and on our waters, do not take a pill from anyone you
Yeah.
Don't know. Do not buy anything on the street. It
I'm
could
not
be laced
forced
with
to.
something toxic. We've seen so many fentanyl overdoses.
My wife
And when
prefers
you were
me.
here in DC, we showed you pictures of some of the drugs that had been seized right here in DC. President, they were packaged for children. Packaged for children. And people are dying from these around our country. So thank you,
I'm like,
President
this
Trump,
stuff is
for your leadership and for letting Americans know
has no
that it's
taste.
now a safe place to go. But parents also have to know, college
You know,
kids have to
so
know to be
I'll sit there and
vigilant
dip
and
it in
not take this
my
trash.
whiskey. Be like,
Because
oh
you
yeah,
could be
now
thinking
that's
you're taking a Xanax, an Adderall, anything, and it could be laced with something very lethal. So
Great message.
thank you, President
Great
Trump.
message.
Thank
And
you,
you've been
President Trump.
fantastic this last 12
I always
years.
start with
Good
a
to
huge
see.
sell it. Half
Good
out
job,
loud.
you and your
I do. I really do.
co-workers.
I don't know why.
Everyone's talking about it all
Maybe
over the
because they
world.
know
I hate to
that
have to
shit
talk about that, but we
doesn't
have
fill
to.
me up.
It's becoming a
And
very
then
safe
after
place
that, I
again.
go for the meat.
And the work, I've seen how hard you worked the last, well, from the beginning, in all fairness, but this focus on DC is so important for the country. So great job.
more
And to everybody.
And President, it's a team around. We're all working hand in hand,
What was
side
it?
by side, all of our
It's
agencies
more the
together
process.
to make America safe and DC safe. And Iris, congratulations on your baby. And I'm so
Thanks,
glad that
Hardwire.
you're safe.
That just makes it so much fun.
Thank you, Pam.
And I know you're giggling up a storm.
Mr. VP, would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. I'll be brief, but I want to congratulate you and the entire team on all the things that have been accomplished. You'll hear about a lot of it. You've already heard some of it, but I thought it'd be helpful, Mr. President, just to take
is
stock,
good
not
for
just
your
of what we've
gut.
accomplished, what we will accomplish, but of the mess that we inherited, because I think it makes this first Labor Day a bigger and more special occasion.
Is it
You
really?
heard, I think Christy talked
Is
about
it?
this, that all of the net job growth under the Biden administration had gone to the foreign born. Now that net job
I
growth
thought
is going
meat
to
was
American
good
citizens who
for your
deserve
gut.
opportunity in their own country. That's a great accomplishment. You'll hear, I'm sure, Scott talk about the success with tariffs. People forget that we inherited the largest peacetime deficit in the history of the United States of America. And now, because the president is not
Cheese,
letting foreign
chili,
countries take advantage of us,
tortillas.
we're collecting hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars over 10 years
If
in
not,
tariffs from countries and companies that were
biscuits,
formerly taking advantage
gravy,
of the American
white
people.
gravy,
You heard Pam talk about
sausage
the
gravy,
public
whatever
safety
you
and the
call it.
success that we've had there. I happen to believe that maybe the most sacred thing that we
3
can deliver
fried
to
eggs,
American workers is the ability
slab
to
of
live
ham,
safely and comfortably in their own
6
neighborhoods.
strips
Public
of
safety is
bacon,
not just something that should belong to the wealthy. It
3
should belong to
sausage
every working
links.
man and woman in the United States of America. And because of the work of this
Hello.
administration, that is happening. And of course, Mr. President, you yourself talked about the
Hello.
Hi, this is Jennifer from Claims Online. We've been informed that you were involved in a car accident in the past few years, and it looks like your compensation for being not at fault has not been processed yet. I'm connecting you now with a claims investigator who can explain how to claim it. Just hold on a moment.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Thank you for connecting with MBA Helpline. This is Lenny. How are you doing today?
Yeah. Hi, Lenny. What can I do for you today?
Hi. Well, I'm not going to take your much of time. It's a quick call about your auto accident you might have been involved in, and we are helping people for their compensation money. So were you involved in an accident in the last 2 years?
Oh, fuck. Which one of my employees wrecked one of my trucks again?
Hello.
Hello? All right. Okay.
Are not good enough. We are seeing a blue collar boom. In the first 7 months of your administration, real blue collar wages have taken off. And the only other time that they've done this in the past 70 years was in your previous term.
Yeah, I know.
Your efforts on tax, trade, and deregulation have boosted paychecks for American workers
Here we go,
while
Ken.
slowing the pace of inflation and lowering the cost of energy.
That's
Inflation has
fantastic.
plummeted to just 1.9% since you took office, and the economy rebounded with real GDP.
I wasn't in India
3%
in
last
any
quarter.
accident.
The blue collar boom coincides
I
with the
like that one.
CapEx comeback. In anticipation of your one big beautiful bill becoming law, CapEx increased by American businesses by nearly 14% in the first half of this year. And as you and I talk about frequently, and as that chart or that photo attests, we are going to
Next
see
time I should be like,
I
you know,
believe,
well,
a
goddamn.
bigger CapEx
Hey,
boom
which
from here.
fucking
This is
employee
just the
supposed to
beginning.
wreck one of my
Just the
trucks
beginning.
again, you know?
You have
With
saved
you.
this country by making it the best place in the world to do business again. Treasury is helping
I
to
swear I'm gonna
implement
fucking
these
fire
new
that
provisions,
motherfucker.
as well as no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. This weekend, I will be meeting with workers from local restaurants to discuss the positive impacts of the pro-labor reforms on no tax and tips. And I have to tell you,
No tax
guarantee
on
you,
tips.
when I go into a restaurant,
Just the
stop
tip.
by a hotel doorman,
So speaking
I am
of
the most
tips,
popular
you know,
person there.
always sit down that cash out. And if you know, and if you want in the notes, you can put tips. Just the tip. No tax on tips.
Talk that is domestic. On the international front, you have leveled the international trading system whereby countries took advantage of us, and that's over. It's over. The Treasury Department
Yes, hit that like
is
button.
taking in record
Don't
tariff
forget to
revenues
subscribe and
that
hit
I
that
had been
notification bell.
saying was
That'll let
running
you
at
know
a
when
rate
it
of
goes on.
300 billion a year. You chastise me for saying that it's not.
Thank you, Dragon
That
Classic.
number is too low, and as usual, you're right that we had a substantial jump from July to August, and I think we're going to see a bigger jump from August to September. So I think we could be on our way well over $500 billion, maybe towards the $1 trillion number. This administration, your administration, has made a meaningful dent in the budget deficit. The average budget deficit during this term is 26% less than the last 12 months under Biden. And even the CBO, and we don't agree with CBO on everything, as you said, last Friday, on a summer Friday, had to admit that they believe over the next 10 years, the budget deficit will be 4 trillion lower than they had previously scored. 4 trillion, 3.3 trillion of tariff income, 700 billion of lower interest costs, and I would expect that that number could go up from here. So, Mr. President, your return to the White House marked the return of the American worker. Thank you for reclaiming Labor Day for the American people. You're growing the economy for everyone, especially the middle and lower income households who suffered disproportionately under the last administration. And it's an honor to do this under your leadership.
Great job. You're doing great. Thank you very much, Scott. Brooke?
Sir, I dropped my second son off at college last week. And I wasn't planning to say this, but just listening to everybody, I want to put a little bit of a personal touch on this work. He is started his freshman year yesterday at Texas A&M, for all my SEC friends in the room. Thank you for saving college football, by the way. We're all very grateful. The country just feels different. It just feels different. There's such a optimism and a love. There's a faith movement going through, especially with our younger Americans. And for those of us with kids in college, I know we feel it. And I experienced it firsthand last week, moving him and my other older son in as well. As we move toward Labor Day, you have made a lot of dreams come true for a lot of people, but one of my longtime dreams was for the right to recapture Labor Day. And I've been talking about this for almost 20 years and writing about it, that why are we ceding the day that we are celebrating the American worker to the Democrats? Because this is our day. Perhaps of any day of the entire year, this is our day. America was founded and fought for by fishermen and farmers and workmen and etc. The Genesis, the first book of the
Let's go
Bible,
back
talks about
my homepage.
What's
I
going
can
on,
only
guys?
do it for some. For
Common sense dictates that the right to bear arms requires a right to acquire arms. Like you don't have a right to bear. Common sense dictates that the right to bear arms requires a right to acquire arms. Like you don't have a right to bear arms if you can't get them. Okay, quiet. Yeah, see that guy? Bad potty mouth, screaming F words.
So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old. And we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American people and the citizens of Washington, D.C.
Okay, so in other words, Democrats hate black people, just like Kanye said. Huge win for the Second Amendment coming down out of the 10th Circuit Court of Appeals. And this is against Michelle Lujan Grisham. She's that New Mexico governor who tried to eliminate the Second Amendment after there was a shooting, saying, well, you don't need it anymore. Of course, she got sued and had to reverse that executive order basically immediately. But in New Mexico, they have been fighting the Second Amendment for a long time. And in fact, what happened was, according to the 10th Circuit, in 2024, New Mexico passed a new law. This is the decision now from the court that said that there was a 7-day categorical, quote, cooling off period for nearly all consumer purchases of a firearm. You go to buy a weapon, they say, well, you're going to cool off because you're probably going to go kill somebody because you're a crazy person who would want a gun. No matter how urgent the need or how much physical danger a prospective buyer might be in, buyers have to wait 7 days before New Mexico says you're responsible enough. You're not going to go kill someone. Even buyers with previous firearm background checks or security clearances are not eligible for waivers. And in short, the law requires no individualized reason to say that someone's a danger to himself or the community, nor can anyone be excused from this waiting period because law from going into effect. Okay, so the law goes into effect. You got to wait 7 days in New Mexico. Lower level judge said, well, the 7-day wait period is not an infringement on the Second Amendment. No, because the right to acquire a firearm does not impede the right to keep or bear a firearm. Okay, so this law is not impacting your Second Amendment at all because it's only about you purchasing one. And we can regulate that because the Second Amendment doesn't say you have the right to purchase firearms immediately.
Nothing to do.
And in any event, the Second Amendment tolerates cooling off periods.
It is the right
you
to
can
defend
sell however long you want, 3 days, 7 days, whatever. 10th Circuit
By
says
any
wrong.
means.
We disagree and we reverse and we remand this. Cooling off periods
And having
infringe
a
on the
firearm
Second
is
Amendment
just
by
wrong.
preventing the lawful acquisition of firearms. Thank you. Cooling off periods do not
the
fit
Second
into
Amendment
any
is
historically
actually
grounded
to
exception to the right to keep and bear arms, and they burden the Second Amendment and conduct related to its scope. In this posture, we conclude that New Mexico's waiting period law is likely an unconstitutional burden on the Second Amendment, and we believe that these gun owners are entitled to an injunction.
you have a firearm.
Stop. Here's the background. In response to high statewide rates of gun
It is
violence,
protected
legislature
by
passed
the
a 7-day waiting period, saying it's unlawful for anyone to send anybody a gun, serves two purposes, reduce impulsive gun violence and suicides. You gotta wait. Now, the same day the law went into effect, Paul Ortega, he's like, I'm gonna go test this. He tried to purchase a handgun. He's a retired law enforcement officer, already owns legal firearms. Now, although he paid for the handgun and immediately passed a background check, he had to wait, not get his gun for 7 days. And that was the end of it. Rebecca Scott similarly tried to do the same thing. She had to wait a week too. So they planned to purchase more firearms, and they brought this suit before their waiting periods expired. They sought a permanent injunction. They sued the governor and everybody there, and they waited till the law was in effect, and now they sued. Now, after an evidentiary hearing, the lower level court said they lose. The right to keep and bear arms does not cover the right to acquire arms, and the 7-day waiting period is constitutional because the Supreme Court carved that out in Heller. And waiting periods have existed for centuries, and the court ruled that there's a historical tradition of this too. And they said that there is no other injunctive relief that is necessary. But now they get into the holding. Modern doctrine on the right to keep and bear arms is shaped in large part by DC versus Heller, seminal case on firearms, settled in 2008. But the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. From Blackstone through the 19th century cases, commentators and courts have routinely explained that the right was not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purposes. Now, this case represents the efforts of many states to figure out what is the outer limit of the Second Amendment. Now, our Second Amendment analysis begins with, the Constitution, the Second Amendment. Good place to start. It says, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, this right to keep and bear arms is among the fundamental rights necessary to our system of ordered liberty. It's the Second Amendment. In Heller, the Supreme Court held the Second Amendment codified a pre-existing individual right, and the court adopted that original understanding of the Second Amendment. And the right recognized by the Second Amendment and held by the people today is the same common law right enjoyed by the Englishmen and the colonialists. And they try to take it away from us because our politicians, if you've noticed, it's kind of a slow inching death towards elimination of your rights. They're never stepping over each other to give us more First Amendment rights or more Second Amendment rights. It's always the opposite. That historic right, however, did not guarantee a right to do whatever you want with whatsoever or for whatever purpose. And that's my point on this. What if the Democrats were like, we love this Second Amendment. Second Amendment's amazing. We're going to protect it no matter what. But the Republicans were like, what we should do? Add another amendment saying you can carry whatever you want, any weapon, anywhere whatsoever, and there's mandatory firearm requirements or something like that. In other words, the outer limit was in favor of the right, not negative to the right. What a country that would be if we had politicians like that, wouldn't it? Rather, it is the job of the courts to determine whether modern laws that restrict your rights and punish your firearm rights come into conflict with your historical rights, which we were entitled to. The Supreme Court has explained that the Second Amendment, as historically understood, protected an individual's right to possession of a handgun in home. But the court did not undertake an exhaustive historical analysis. And following Heller, there were other cases. And the waiting period now we get to, now that we have that background. Now, our first consideration is about the plain text of the Second Amendment and what does it cover. Common sense dictates that the right to bear arms requires a right to acquire arms. You don't have a right to bear arms if you can't get them. Just as the right to the free press necessarily includes the right to acquire a printing press, or the right to freely practice religion necessarily rests on the right to acquire a sacred text. Legal interpretation follows that common sense. And the Constitution has carried this construction throughout our history. Lots of evidence here, including the Federalist Papers and James Madison. As paper or a computer is necessary as it's a predicate right to print, the ability to own property is a necessary predicate for just compensation. And New Mexico says, but this waiting law period, it doesn't deprive anybody of having arms. It's just about the sale and transfer. And so it's incidental to the right. But that argument provides no limiting principle at all. It inevitably leads to a case-by-case judicial interesting balancing test. But the Supreme Court and the Constitution reject that notion that a right should be restricted simply because the government believes it. Its interests are more important than the individual. Our system is supposed to check power from the government against the people, but the government has inverted that. New Mexico's argument that limitations on firearm sales, that they do not implicate the Second Amendment, is wrong, and the district court's engagement is also wrong. The analysis, crediting what it saw as a minimal burden, circumvented the Supreme Court cases, landing right back at an interest balancing approach, right? New Mexico has more interest in this than the citizens do, and so he went back before Heller. The Second Amendment is the very product of an interest balancing by the people. We've already done this. We have balanced the interest, and we've decided in the Second Amendment long time ago that this was important and we want firearms. Another court, also faced with this assertion, went through similar analysis. And in short, regardless of the paternalistic intent of Governor Michelle Lujan, who wants to be everybody's daddy, waiting periods actually do burden the right to keep and bear arms. But Heller, from the Supreme Court, also carved out certain laws. Heller declined to examine other longstanding prohibitions, and we have held that some longstanding prohibitions are valid, like minimum age requirements, and other things can be valid. But even in this murky territory, the waiting period falls far short of being a presumptively constitutional law. It's not limited to commercial sales. It does not fit with other known conditions in this category, because here's one. First, cooling off periods are not tailored to commercial sales. There's many of them that are imposed on non-commercial sales as well. What if you're a collector selling firearms to a museum collection? You got to wait 7 days for what? It's a museum. What if a hobbyist with a federal firearms license wants to sell a gun to his friend? You got to wait 7 days. A waiting period cannot solely be a qualification on commercial sales if it's also applicable to non-commercial conduct, and the carve-out doesn't make it constitutional. Now, there's other exceptions, right? A purchaser with a federal firearms license doesn't have to wait 7 days, which is an exception. As a result, transactions between some people will not be subject to a waiting period, and they all have to have licenses anyways.
give
So
you
it
the
cannot be
address
said
to
that
send 'em
waiting
to.
periods for commercial sales achieves your goal. And the Waiting Period Act does not impose a condition or qualification like other restrictions that make them
Take 'em out of your
constitutional.
hands
It's
if you
just broad and expansive and it covers everybody. But a cooling off period is not appropriate, and it's not enough that a regulation sometimes affects a commercial sale to make it valid. New Mexico's pointing to the Ninth Circuit, but as we fast forward, judge says Mexico's not going to prevail. Just because a law is presumed constitutional doesn't mean that it is. It may still be shown to burden the Second Amendment, and here, waiting periods are neither longstanding and they're not widespread, and they diverge from history and tradition, and so these gun owners would win. Now, outside these exceptions, the validity of laws are determined by history and tradition. The Supreme Court has instructed lower court follow originalist methodology in conducting this inquiry. Modern restrictions must be relevantly similar to historical practices of regulation. The why and the how. Did they regulate it that way back then? If not, then they can't do it now. Why do we require those showings? Because this Second Amendment codified a pre-existing right belonging to the American people. It carries the same scope today, and it was understood to have as the people adopted it. Man, that's so good. Thank you, Justice Gorsuch, for that. We've already had this analysis. We've already had this assessment. It's called the Second Amendment. We don't have to relitigate it here every time. First, we reject the notion that other waiting periods carve out a historically grounded principle. This is a modern innovation. New Mexico says that the Waiting Periods Act goes all the way back to 1923, but that's an oversimplification. They say it's true that California imposed the first one-day waiting period in 1923, and that was intended to give officials time to conduct a background check. That's all. A few states followed suit over the next decades, but those early examples are easily distinguished from this one because those were specifically for background checks. They didn't have the internet back then. Until the 1990s, no waiting period law required a buyer to wait longer than was necessary to conduct a background check. Federal law briefly required a universal waiting period during the completion of a background check from 93 to 98. That was the Brady Handgun Act from Clinton. But Congress sunsetted that law and the waiting period requirement lapsed. And the first state waiting periods were untethered to the time that it takes to pass a background check. And even now, only about a dozen states impose waiting periods of some time. Now, given the few states in which they have persisted, waiting period laws cannot satisfy the government's burden. Lots of case law there. As we continue, that New Mexico says that a variety of firearm restrictions are analogous to waiting periods like intoxication laws, licensing, permitting regimes, and all the other things, saying that all three categories say that the founders say you can limit these things. They write, true, shall issue licensing regimes, background checks, and there are other barriers. They do serve that purpose. But the only way that the Waiting Act fits into that principle is if anyone seeking to purchase a firearm can be presumed irresponsible or non-law abiding purely by dint of their intention to purchase a firearm. And constitutionally, they cannot. It's your right to go get a firearm. You can't say that you can presume somebody's going to go do something bad with that because they want a firearm, right? They just don't like guns. You only want a gun to kill somebody or something is what they think because they're nuts. In Bruin, the court rejected that stuff. Intoxication laws have their own scope, and that's not what this is. Permitting have their own scope, and that's not what this is. This is a waiting period to deny lawful owners the right to a firearm. Now, New Mexico asks us to accept a principle so broad that it's obviously incorrect. Recall that the district court perceived a historical principle justifying prohibition on sales to the general populace on the grounds that some could harm the public. If that principle were accepted, any regulation could be justified. Any class of people could be the subject of a ban, including age, demographic, geographic region. There's no limiting principle. And so for this reason, the burden imposed by New Mexico's law is simply of a greater scale than historic sobriety laws or class-wide bans on possession. Nothing in the record says that the historically understood right to keep and bear arms tolerated indiscriminate burdens on purchasing. This principle cannot clarify the Second Amendment scope. And so finally, we're asking about the scope of relief. What is the court going to grant? He says, while the parties have fully briefed this issue, the Supreme Court has since held that courts are without authority to issue remedies beyond what is sought in the suit. Because the parties did not have the aid of this decision when they submitted their briefs, we would have to craft a new remedy. And so the district court should take this case back and determine the proper scope of relief. So they're not going to say what the actual outcome is. They're going to send it back down to the district court, but they reverse and remand back down with instructions to enter an injunctive relief consistent with this opinion. So New Mexico's law blown out. Now we got a dissenting opinion too. They say this is ridiculous, this dissent. This is just a condition of firearm possession and saying something about abuse and whatever, they lose. All right, so you get the point. So nice decision from the 10th Circuit. We're happy to see it. And we're talking about gun rights. One place where they're trying to clean up gun crime is in Washington, D.C. D.C. And there was a spicy day there today where J.D. Vance, Stephen Miller, and Pete Hegseth were walking through the D.C. Metro, I believe, Union Station in D.C. And they were getting screamed at by everybody. There might be a little bit of profanity here coming. We'll have to see. Okay, quiet. Yeah, see that guy? Bad potty mouth, screaming F words, effing, not potty mouth, bad language. So we won't play the audio here. This lady's also screaming F bombs. She's going nuts too. And they're very loud. There's actually not that many people there, but they're very loud, screaming at him. That guy's going nuts, screaming because they like criminality in their states. Now, Stephen Miller and others were responding to this. This lady was also going after this cop. Here's a little bit of what this sounded like.
And so I am appreciating Palestinians and agreeing with Palestinians. I was wearing a scarf given to me, in fact, by my Palestinian friends because I stand in solidarity against the genocide.
That cop not enjoying that conversation, as you can see. Now, Stephen Miller was out talking about the protesters in D.C., and he called them stupid white hippies, which is an interesting phrase to say. And I think the point of that, the stupid white hippies phrase, is the idea that these people are out there screaming about like racial justice and racial tolerance and all the things. And when you go and you have the interview on the streets with people of other races, they're welcoming of the police and law enforcement and happy that crime is being diminished in their cities, which is a pretty reasonable position to take. But then you have all these other people who are just out screaming about dictatorships and democracy and constant screeching because they've got TDS. And I think that's really what Stephen Miller was referencing. But here's what he said.
For too long, 99% of this city has been terrorized by 1% of this city. And the voices that you hear out there, those crazy communists, they have no roots, they have no connections to the city, they have no families they're raising in this city, they have no one that they're sending to school in this city, they have no jobs in this city, they have no connections to this community at all. They're the ones who've been advocating for the 1%, the criminals, the killers, the rapists, the drug dealers. And I'm glad they're here today because me, Pete, and the vice president are all going to leave here, and inspired by them, we're going to add thousands more resources to this city to get the criminals and the gang members out of here. We're going to dismantle those networks, and we're going to prove that a city can serve for the law-abiding citizens who live there. We are not going to let the communists destroy a great American city, let alone the nation's capital. And let's just also address another thing. All these demonstrators that you've seen out here in recent days, all of these elderly white hippies, they're not part of the city and never have been. And by the way, most of the citizens who live in Washington, D.C. are black. This is not a city that has had any safety for its black citizens for generations. And President Trump is the one who is fixing that with the support of the Metropolitan Police Department, the support of the National Guard, and our federal law enforcement officers. So we're going to ignore these stupid white hippies that all need to go home and take a nap because they're all over 90 years old. And we're going to get back to the business of protecting the American people and the citizens of Washington, D.C.
Okay, so in other words, Democrats hate black people, just like Kanye said. And I think Stephen Miller is right on this. It feels like astroturfing on a lot of these issues. Even many Democrats are saying, shut up on the D.C. thing, okay? Just be quiet about it because nobody wants crime.
Hello? Huh. Oh, well.
I'm there, Scarborough and the rest of them. Like, you know, it is pretty bad. And they're saying, well, I've only been mugged twice. Okay, so it's not that bad. Don't be a bigot. So we have a nice victory on the Second Amendment. We want safe streets. We want firearms rights, our natural God-given rights. The 10th Circuit came down, give us a nice ruling on that. And they're cleaning up DC to boot. And so we'll keep our eye on this, see what else is cooking on these Second Amendment cases, see if they appeal this or what New Mexico does. But a nice decision out of the 10th Circuit. The right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
As we start, I just want to take a moment and thank President Trump for his leadership in the executive order that he made clear that we're going to put safety in America first on our roadways. We appreciate his leadership. By way of taking a trip down memory lane, it was in May that DOT put out a rule that indicated that we were going to take out of service truck drivers who were not proficient in speaking the English language. We announced that in May, and it was going to go in, it did go into effect at the end of June. Now, when we did that, there was a lot of press that complained to us that we were being unfair to people, that we were being mean to people. And what we said was, no, this is a safety issue. Making sure drivers of very heavy 80,000-pound rigs can speak the language is truly a critical safety issue. And some complained about it. We implemented it at the end of June. And all of us in America saw what happened in Florida, where we had an individual who we tested this individual after the crash, but no doubt could not speak the English language and could not understand road signs when.
All right.
Common sense dictates that the right to bear arms requires a right to acquire arms. Like, you don't have a right to bear arms if you can't get them.
Hey.
Okay, quiet. Yeah, see that guy? Bad.
You quiet. Let's see. Yeah, so kind of see if I could get some more people to jump on and watch. Be awesome, right? Get all these Facebook users. Probably not even counts. Yeah, last time I sat there and sent a thing to everybody. Yeah. I was asked by somebody, oh, don't tag them on anything. So I was like, well, so you don't want me to share anything, any of your stuff? And he's like, oh, you can share my stuff. You can't tag me. I'm like, all right, fine. That means you don't want me sharing your stuff. I mean, it is what it is. You know, if you don't want me to tag you, cool. I just won't share any of your stuff. And if you're gonna be upset about it, you know, that's cool. I just will unsubscribe and all that too. So it don't bother me none.
Right now, thousands of riders are realizing the Harley dream isn't what it used to be, and you need to know why. This isn't just about motorcycles. It's about value, identity, and pride. Watch till the end, or risk being the only one left in the dark when the truth breaks. The cult of the V-twin. Harley Davidson did not just build motorcycles, it built a faith. For over 100 years, the company's 45-degree V-twin engine became more than steel and pistons. It became a cultural altar. The deep rumble that echoed from its cylinders was not only sound, it was identity. To millions of riders, the V-twin represented freedom, rebellion, and the very spirit of America. Owning one was not a purchase, it was a rite of passage. You were not just buying transportation, you were buying a story of desert highways, leather jackets, and a kind of rugged independence that could not be duplicated. What made this engine so powerful as a symbol was not its technical brilliance, it was its emotional resonance. Hollywood placed it under Marlon Brando and Peter Fonda. Veterans returning from wars found solace in its mechanical thunder. Entire motorcycle clubs were born around the sound alone. That distinctive potato-potato exhaust note became shorthand for power, even though the specifications often lagged behind foreign rivals. The V-twin was never the fastest, never the lightest, never the most efficient. But none of that mattered, because Harley had achieved something rarer than innovation. It had created mythology. For decades, this mythology was enough to paper over any weakness. Customers accepted the quirks, the oil leaks,
Florida
the quirks
man.
of maintenance, because what they were really buying was a
Hey,
piece of the American dream.
what's going
Other
on?
manufacturers could brag about speed or reliability.
You know, I
Harley
figured.
alone sold belonging. But myths, no matter.
Yeah, I figured I'd drop you the thing. You know, I don't know if you're busy doing anything, but yeah, I don't understand. I got people that I swear have like 6, 7 fucking accounts on Facebook. Then I sit there and I look at it, you know, look at their accounts, and their other accounts are active. So what the fuck? Why do you keep making more accounts? And then you sit there and send me friend requests with all these damn accounts. Oh man. All right. Oh, what's up, Sapo? Oh shoot, I got all kinds of family all over the place. I got Zip Tie, Critters, Chef, Sapo. Hey, you guys, don't forget to hit that thumbs up. Immensely help the channel. Yeah, so this show is just like what do I have on this one? Tuesday morning. It's just Tuesday morning. Let's see. Phil, the justice system and the House of Senate. If all humans suddenly lost the ability to lie, what industry would collapse first? Government. Organized religion. That was a good answer. Those were good answers. All right. Keep seeing this flyer up. I guess I'm going to have to do something with this real quick. Save to pictures. Go back to Facebook. And whoppa. All right. Yeah, I'm just posting all kinds of shit on my Facebook today. Facebook. There we go. That's what I want. Photo, video, bam, bam. Post. Why did it always ask me to boost my posts? Oh, yeah. That's why. Because I can make money. Sorry, I'm yelling. Fucking sick bastard. I'm cleaning house and listening. Oh, I appreciate it, Dragon Classy. What up? Long shot. I see you there. Let's see, chilling at the TA in Denver. Hell yeah, man. That's awesome. All right. Now that I got it posted, I can do this. All right. Oh shit. We got Kilt Lifter in the house too. Oh yeah. Not when I'm in the shop, laugh out loud. Damn, that sucks, dude. Already in the shop. Yeah, sorry I didn't stop by Sunday. Uh, I had a lot of shit going on in my head. But I'm out of it. So check it out. Bike night or bike day. Bike night. Bike day. I even posted it on mine. There it is. Oh, we got bike day at the Brew Lab, 3301 Southern Boulevard, Southeast in Rio Rancho, New Mexico. Food trucks and good friends. We support those who support us. And that is on the 30th. Oh, yeah. Should I tag? Done tagging? No, I want to tag somebody. Hello. That's not what I want. What are we doing? I'm lost. No. No. Oh. I'm just fucking shit up. Let's see. Tag. Oh, there we go. Murphy's Heights. There we go. Now done tagging. Alright, here we go. Cool. Awesome. That makes me happy. Oh. All right. It's okay. I didn't get up till noon. Yeah. Me too, man. I ended up getting up for enough to go and pick a few things up from the grocery store for the wife. So damn. Fucking that sucks. What's going on, Frank S? How you doing today? Hey, you guys, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. Let you know when the show is on. And if you'd like to help out the channel and my journeys, you know where to catch me at. Maybe on that Cash App, $, capital CARNY, capital VANGUARD. That's $, Carney Vanguard, capital C, capital V. And, down on the ticker right there, even got PayPal. PayPal me / Carney Vanguard. Yeah. Do. How does Mike say?
Shit.
That's right. Oh, there you go, hardware. I know you like that one. Let's play some. Do no harm in the background. Sound a little bit. And I thank all of you guys, man. If it wasn't for you guys and tuning in to the show, where would I be? I don't. I'd rather you guys come out to hang out and chill with me. Well, if you want, hit me on the. If you want to jump up on stage, hang out, talk on panel. Hey, we got 25 likes. Thank you guys. Oh, do we want to watch when bikers fight back? Let's see, Grady Judd wears gold. Grip from suspects arrested. Drug trafficking. Damn. He's over there wearing that bling across his neck.
I got.
Look at that. It's like, blam! I got your bling, motherfuckers. Yes, death. All right, let's get into it.
The f out of my face.
Trying to assault me. You hit.
What started as a reckless overtake quickly turned into full-blown road rage, with the biker chasing the driver until he pulled into a parking lot, where the real confrontation. This is the moment when the biker finally lost his cool, and the reckless car driver had to face the consequences of his own actions. From insults to physical aggression, this driver pushed it way too far. What do you think? Did he get exactly what he deserved? Or should the biker have handled it? Before we continue, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. We're so
Yeah,
close
hit
to
that
reaching
subscribe button.
100,000 subscribers, just 1.8 thousand away. Your support can help us hit this big
Yeah,
milestone.
I'm only
While out
not even
dirt
close
biking
to
with his
that.
friends, this rider suddenly found himself facing an angry driver who jumped out of his car ready to fight.
I got it. Let's go back. I got to see this again.
While out dirt biking with his friends, this rider suddenly found himself facing an angry driver who jumped out of his car ready to fight.
They see me rolling. They're hating. Stop at. That's what I want to know.
One of
So
the
they never,
leading causes
they
of
never showed
motorcycle
what happened to the car.
is car drivers cutting bikers off at intersections or while changing lanes. Nearly 42% of fatal motorcycle accidents with another vehicle involve a car turning left in front of a biker who had the right of way.
Ah.
Dude, what the Dude, it's a green light, bro. You cannot. Are you okay? Your health, are you okay? Yes.
A biker found himself in a heated confrontation with a woman
He got
who
more
went as
than
far as trying to assault him,
he,
even
that
swinging
guy
a
was
broom at
healthy.
him.
He just got his.
Take a look at how this
taken out.
wild situation
I would
unfolded.
have done more than that.
I got your plate, dumb.
In my house, yeah.
Touch me. You're on video, dumb. Come here. What's your plate? Now this trying to assault me. You hit me. Oh,
Ooh.
she hit me. She hit me twice. Call the police. I got your plate.
A group of this biker noticed a car on fire ahead and even tried to help a truck merge through the heavy traffic. But instead of cooperating, the driver of a red car blocked the way and refused to let them through, making the situation even worse.
What the fuck? Policy violation. Okay. Let's see this real quick. La, la, la. 7 days ago. Oh, I'm not looking for that. the fuck's going on?